said in between 400, it was 77627s. So essentially, it was less than 10 years, a 10-year window for this to take place.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's still a window of time. It's a narrow window of time, but it's still a window of time. Okay.
Well, I'm not even seeing that because it says 7 sevens and 62 sevens. That's huge difference. It doesn't say it's going to happen between these or before these or after these. It doesn't say any of that. None of it.
It's like I said before. There's too much ambiguity there. There's too much ambiguity there, but that's not even that, is it? But
no, because I've actually studied in this prophecy a lot, and there is absolutely no room for ambiguity whatsoever, other than the 7-week period in which this is supposed to take place within. You notice that in the very last verse in the prophecy, it talks about how there being 1 week left, meaning that it couldn't happen anytime before the 69th week, and it couldn't happen anytime after, because there is specifically 1 week that's supposed to be left. It says in the 27th verse, he shall confirm the covenant with many for 1 week, and in the midst of the week, he shall cause the sacrifice and the oblation to cease.
It says 7, right? It says for 1 7.
Yeah, 1 singular 7, which is left over from 70 weeks after the 69th.
I don't see that anywhere. That seems like
that's a jump. That's a jump you're making.
No, it's not.
War will continue until the end, and desolation have been decreed. So the end will come like a flood. War will continue until the end. Well, it didn't. There wasn't a continuous war. It didn't come like a flood. It came over several hundred years. Desolation have been decreed. I don't know what that means. There wasn't really much desolation. He will confirm a covenant.
This is prophecy that has yet to be fulfilled. What are you talking about?
So there's no evidence of it? It hasn't happened yet?
No, that's not true. It's saying that this final week has yet to happen.
It hasn't happened.
This is the thing. You're going off of your own interpretation, right? You're just looking over it lightly and not actually taking into consideration any of the.
It seems like that's what you're doing.
No, we're looking at it, Harrow. We're looking at it as objectively as possible, without assuming anything beforehand.
It seems like,
so wouldn't it make a little bit sense though to look over the interpretations of your enemies, right? In this circumstance, to determine whether it is correct or not, whether it's reasonable or not.
Yeah, but when you're doing that, when you're looking over what it is, number one, they're not our enemies. Okay, and number two, sorry, hang on, Tjump. When looking over their stuff and what they believe, you don't assume what they believe. You want to determine what they believe is true. Which means,
I think the problem here is that it doesn't matter. Like, it's ambiguous. It doesn't say anything. Like, a real prediction is the world began 0.3 billion years ago. Like, that's a prediction. This is not a prediction.
And also,
the fact that we have to find an interpretation is the problem.
And also, the point being, Harrow, if I assume the position,
the problem here, though, is that now I have more than one person talking to me.
No, Harrow, if I assume the position that it is true based upon your belief, and then I interpret the evidence in the scope of that pre-held belief, then it becomes confirmation bias. My objective would be to see if my opponent or the person who disagrees with me is telling the truth, if what they're saying is true. So then I need to look outside of that, because if I say, oh, well, if I assume Christianity is true and then their conclusions are true because Christianity is true, that's confirmation bias. Okay? I have to assume that it's not true to determine if there's a way to determine if it is true outside of Christianity. And if I can't do that, there's no reason for me to assume that it's true.
Okay, so the problem here, though, is that you're calling into question some sort of ambiguity here. And I can't help but feel that there is some sort of confirmation bias on your end where you're willing to grasp at straws no matter how big or how small they are. Okay, so when I look at this prophecy, it says 70 weeks. So let's take into consideration the prophecy as a whole instead of looking individual verses and taking them out of context and then saying that there is no actual, context or it's very ambiguous here. So let's look at the very first verse from the very last verse to determine the timeline that's supposed to happen here. Okay, it says 70 weeks are determined upon thy people and upon thy holy city. Okay, so what we can infer from this is there's a total of 490 years, right? If you look in the original language, it says sevens, which we didn't have a proper term to define it as, so we used weeks as sort of like a subcategory of a method to measure the time here. So
right.
we have 490. We have 490.
We're assuming that that's what they meant from the translation.
No, because if you look into the context of other Levitical verses and the Jeremiah prophecy, which this specific chapter, it recognizes, right? Jeremiah, he had a prophecy in which he used the same metrics of 7, and he clarified it, right? Where it was 7 years within that, like, specific sevens. That's how they were measuring it, and they use it in the same method here. I can get for you like other verses if you want me to, but I feel like I just want to sort of get through what my point is here, though. Okay, there is other context to confirm that it was 7 years per 7. Now 490 years are decreed upon these people. It's saying that after a certain commandment, this is supposed to take place. The clock starts ticking. The 490 years begins. Now it says, after 69 of those weeks, the Messiah, he will come and he will be killed. The Anointed One, he will be killed. There's so many prophecies in the Bible about this that says that describe his life, what it would be like, but it says ultimately that he will be killed by a certain government, because cutting off in this circumstance is a very specific term used for people who are like receiving some sort of punishment via capital or through the government. So what we can assume here is 70 weeks, 490 years this is supposed to take place over. Then you have Messiah who comes in 476 to 483 years after that, which is a 7-year period. It says within that 7-year period, this guy, he will be killed by the government. And then it says, and this same Messiah, he will confirm a covenant with them for 1 week after he dies. That doesn't make any sense. Well, after he dies, how is he going to confirm a covenant with these people? Obviously, there's going to have to be a second coming, and obviously the clock has to stop ticking at a certain point. Otherwise, the prophecy it ceases to make any sort of sense with any sort of coherency.
And you still haven't eliminated the possibility that this was purposely brought to fruition in order to justify the existence of what this person believed.
Do you know what kind of an incentive the Jews had against Jesus Christ?
Well, big time, because he was essentially the David Koresh of Iron Age Palestine. So, yeah, I'm aware of it.
Yeah, so do you think that the Jews would want to have this happen?
You're assuming this was written by a Jew.
Yeah. It's in the Jewish texts. And these were the people who held this religious belief. It doesn't matter where it derives from exactly.
You're assuming what the person believes who wrote it.
I'm not assuming what the person believes. You're asking if the
Harrow.
Listen. Okay,
Harrow,
this is very, very important. This is very important.
Stop.
Let me talk.
Stop.
No. Let me talk, man.
Harrow,
let me talk.
I'll boot you off the stage. I'll boot you off the stage if I have to.
Boot me off the stage, please.
Harrow,
do it. Okay, because I just want to get this.
The point being is this. If it was written beforehand, you haven't eliminated the possibility that the Christians, or those who would become the Christians, deliberately brought this about in fruition, brought this about to bring their splinter faction to fruition, to give it legitimacy. Where one group that is splintering off from another group uses the previous group's prophecy to justify and legitimize their own belief. The Christians splintered off from the Jews. Before they did that, those people had knowledge of what Jewish prophecy was. The best way to legitimize your belief structure is to make the previous stuff come true in the name of your new faith. You can't eliminate the possibility that it was done intentionally in order to bring this into fruition, in order to give Christianity its legitimacy. You can't eliminate that possibility.
From a historical perspective, this doesn't really hold up. Because
it does hold up. Because it does hold up. Yes, it does. Because there was a long history of human beings. There was a long history of human beings deliberately attempting to bring prophecy to fruition.
Because you're not letting me explain. You're just talking. Now let me explain why it doesn't hold up. I said that it doesn't hold up. Let me substantiate my claim here. Instead of interrupting, you're being like incredibly unfair here. Because I forgot one of the. Never mind. I remember one of the points that you tried making. but now I have to move on to something else. I can't address all of your points, and you just keep on talking and talking and talking and talking and talking, and I can't make sense of anything if you don't let me talk.
And you're not actively listening.
Okay.
Because the point I made was this, very simply. You cannot
See, you're doing it again. Now you're not letting me go on to what I was going to say originally.
You cannot eliminate the possibility you cannot eliminate the possibility that it was done purposefully in order to legitimize Christianity. You cannot eliminate that possibility.
Yes, I can.
How?
I can reasonably say that, because it's not like the people who were partaking of the Christian faith were specifically indulging in the Christian faith specifically because of this prophecy. They were not looking at this prophecy because it was more or less a faith-based thing. If you have such an abundance of information to you nowadays, and most people haven't heard of the Daniel 70 weeks prophecy, what makes you think that someone like Paul, an evangelical, was bringing up the Daniel 70 weeks prophecy to his people to prove the existence of God? This obviously was not an incentive.
Okay, I'm thinking that we've probably heard quite a lot on this. We should wrap this up really soon.
Yeah, we should.
It's pretty much done. It's a prior prophecy that was made that then was later brought to fruition, and you cannot eliminate the possibility that the what would become the Christians, the initial progenitors of the Christian faith, did this on purpose. That they said, "Oh, hey, if we bring up a leader." And if we bring up a leader and we call him this, and we basically say that it conforms to this previous Jewish prophecy that was made, then obviously Christianity is true. So
just in conclusion, though.
No, I'm saying you can't eliminate the possibility, and because you can't eliminate the possibility, you cannot say that one version is true or not.
Okay, just to conclude, man. What I'm trying to say here is, you said multiple times before that, you have yet to bring up one proof of God, that proves that God exists or whatever. But then, and then you say, bring up proof, I don't care if we accept it or not, as long as it's proof, and it justifies your belief. But here's the thing, I'm not even necessarily trying to objectively disprove the opposition. I'm trying to reasonably and rationally prove my position, right? And so when you go ahead and you say to other people that it doesn't matter how big or how small your evidence is, as long as it's evidence, you're being disingenuous when you say that, because it doesn't matter how great the possibility is. You will never be convinced of anything, because the evidence that has to be at hand will be it's so great that it's insurmountable. And I'm going to conclude off of that, because you're being irrational.
Well, he's not being irrational. He's just judging prophecy claims because there's more than one religion making prophecy claims and claims of their fulfillment. You guys can't all be right, so that's pretty much where the skepticism's coming from. It's not born out of nowhere.
Now,
also, I just wanted...
Go ahead, Aya.
Okay, so I think Jill is right that it's pretty easy to dismiss a prophecy where the people who have the ability to pick the date in their story to try to match up with an earlier date in another story can do so at a time of their choosing. But the bigger problem with Daniel is that Daniel, according to most scholars, does not mean what you want it to mean. And the book of Daniel, in a number of details, gives evidence that it is written between 164 and 167 BC about Antiochus. And the words that it uses in the 70 weeks prophecy match up with the same words used to describe Antiochus in Maccabees, right? So there's abundant evidence. You said that you've studied it a whole bunch. You probably haven't even made an attempt to study the like scholarly critical position, because as the caller said before, he said, "Oh, that's just a presupposition. You have to start with the God worldview of just assuming it's divinely inspired." But if you look into Daniel, you'd find that it's exactly accurate about all the details that it purports to have prophesied hundreds and hundreds of years before, which are actually written at the time they were happening, contemporary to the author. In 164 to 167, when Antiochus was rampaging against the Jews, and the desolation was the blasphemy in the temple by Antiochus. But it's completely inaccurate about his death, which it predicts is going to come soon, and it doesn't come in the manner in which it's described in the so-called prophecy. So you just have to kind of pretend that it doesn't say what all the other people who are studying this and showing evidence for why they think it's saying that about Antiochus are saying that, and you have to just kind of believe the Christian dispensationalist and evangelical version of this, which isn't supported by the evidence, and only people who, as you said, have a presupposition that it's divinely inspired can kind of willfully ignore all the evidence to the contrary. It's what's called ex eventu, fake prophecy. It's about Antiochus, and the prophecy is false because it actually fails in predicting his death. That's kind of all there is to say about it, besides what J.L. Warren already said about the fact that any event in the New Testament which seems to line up with it is of the author's choosing, that they could put the date of that whenever they wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
leaving
also along the lines of like the Book of Revelation, when we know that the Book of Revelation was not talking about some distant event that will occur in the future, that they were actually referencing the Nero Redivivus legend, which was like big time in pretty much all throughout Rome, was the belief that Nero was going to come back after he like left, that he was going to return, and that the Christians were terrified of this. And so they were talking about the Nero Redivivus legend and not some, and that would be the return of the Antichrist and all that other stuff. That they were talking about current events, what was going on then, not something that was going to happen some distant, millennia later future, which is why there's no date put on that. So
it's interesting. It's interesting how so many prophecies have so much vagueness in them. I'm going to bring on one person. They're just going to talk for about a minute or two about they wanted to respond throughout this previous guest's thing and just add some perspective. So I'm going to bring on Paige. Paige, welcome, and thank you for sharing some perspective. But if Paige doesn't join us, then I guess we're going to move on to our next in line here, which is this person, Ghost of the Vaccinated, Fipto. Welcome. You know that our topic is to convince one of us that a god or a goddess exists. Welcome.
I'm sorry, am I heard?
We can hear you.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't realize I was on push to talk. Well, just to note out, with the Nero Redivivus, that legend, it noted him as the Antichrist, but it's noted, the Bible's actually noted a lot of things as the Antichrist. And what's noted in the Bible already is that they say the Antichrist is already here. So they're not really specifying Nero. Nero's not the Antichrist. It's just, the Antichrist is whatever that does the will of, Antichrist or anti-Christian Satan.
Well, that's part of that category. What I'm going by is the number 616. And so
the 616.
Yeah, that corresponds to Nero. So this is it's essentially what they were writing and how they could write it without getting into trouble, because if they were espousing these things in a different way, then it obviously could come down on them. So essentially,
I mean,
I'm not adhering to like biblical code or anything of that nature, but it was written in such a way that it would not get them in direct immediate trouble. So, but what they're referring to in that, historically speaking, is the return of Nero, which was a widely held legend throughout the Roman Empire.
Yeah, they probably thought that at the time. They thought a lot of things. But as far as the Antichrist, it's not just subject to Nero. People would say the Antichrist is still here today. Anything that does the influence of, the enemy of Christ, Satan.
That was a concession made after Nero never came back.
Oh, yeah, probably.
Yeah. So Nero never returned. So obviously it wasn't. So they say, oh, well, obviously it wasn't talking about Nero. Well, then we'll talk about that. It must be referencing something else. So that's just after the fact.
Yeah, but I do like the way that what was his name? Harrow. Yeah, I do like the fact that he's trying to use prophecy as proof of the Bible, and I would note that it's probably the most solid evidence because, and the prophecy should always center around Christ because that's what we were told to proclaim, Christ's death and resurrection, as a way to preach to unbelievers. Now, in Zechariah, this was written sometime in 500 AD or BC. My bad. And it actually notes that the shepherd who was to come It's notably the shepherd who was to be killed by his own people or his own flock and be sold for 30 silver pieces. I don't know if you know about that prophecy.
I need chapter and verse, to be honest.
Zechariah 11. Yeah, you go to verse 8 through 13.
Okay, so you're thinking that this verse is integral to proving that the Christian God exists?
Yeah. Because this is a prophecy of what was to be done with Jesus.
Just to be clear, are you claiming that if it says in one place that there's 30 pieces of silver, and then later people who had access to that story write a story that also mentions 30 pieces of silver, that's evidence that it's historically accurate?
Yeah, I mean, it was paid by the Romans. I don't know why the Romans would want to ever prove the Christians right.
So you're saying there's a historical record that shows the exact amount of money that the Romans paid was 30 silver, not just the religious text?
Well, I think it was. Well, it just notes that Pontius Pilate gave the order. Hold on, let me see. That's actually a good question. I'll look at that
because
really quick.
If Harry Potter says something that J.K. Rowling heard was predicted by somebody else, we don't take it to be like a historical document, right? She could choose anything she likes and fit it into world history however she wants. And you heard the problems with Daniel, right? Like you just sort of said you liked the previous caller. You didn't see anything wrong with the approach he was taking. You think there's this great Zechariah prophecy. But did you hear the part about how Daniel is an ex eventu fake prophecy written hundreds of years after it supposedly claims to have been written out of a collection of legends that then gets wrong its central prediction, which is that Antiochus is going to die? And
No,
isn't about
I'm
Jesus.
I'm not knowledgeable on the
About
Daniel prophecies.
Okay, I would look into that one because it's a classic example of wishful thinking and like just ignoring what the prophecy actually seems to be about.
Well,
Which
what
is
I
wrong
do know, what I do know is one of the reasons why they didn't believe Christ to be the Messiah was that he wasn't some raving king. They thought that this guy was going to come kick in the door of Rome and usurp them, and then make the Jewish people the leaders of Rome, essentially. And that's not what they were getting. So that's why there was skepticism on why he would have, because they expected a leader, somebody to lead this rebellion against Rome.
There's a lot of reasons why they were skeptical, but the problem with Daniel doesn't have anything to do with like skepticism about Jesus. It has to do with the fact that the book is really clear that it's about Antiochus because it uses the same words to describe him as Maccabees, which explicitly says Antiochus, right? So
yeah,
it's like claiming that it's not about
the book of
Antiochus.
Maccabees is discredited. Like it's only prompted by the Roman Catholic Church.
Sure. The point is that there's abundant evidence that Daniel is written between 164 and 167, not hundreds of years as it claims to be written, and that it's not a prophecy, it's a complaint about recent events written ex eventu, which was a common writing style at the time. It wasn't included in the canon of the prophets because it was written too late and because it wasn't considered a prophecy even at the time by the people who were Jews who read it, because they understood it was a sort of allegorical piece about Antiochus, because it was contemporary to them when they read it, that they could tell what it was about. It wasn't considered a prophecy.
Yeah. Well, as far as Daniel, that area I'm not too knowledgeable on, like, the history, the background. I mean, honestly, one thing I would note is people even say that about the Bible. The problem is these texts were written together. They might have been compiled at one point in history. So that's really the only leeway I can give the book of Daniel.
Well, there's abundant scholarship, like I said, that establishes a very precise window in which it was written because it makes exact, accurate statements about events pertaining to Antiochus right up to his death, and then gets his death date completely wrong because it was written hoping he would die, but he didn't die the way that it predicted.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. In that area, I haven't looked at that part specifically, but I mean, so I wanted to focus on mainly Zechariah, and I don't think Rome's stance on the Christian movement that was coming up. They weren't very they weren't very too happy that it was happening, to the point that they were willing to, persecute all of them and try to eradicate them, burn documents that would tie them back, would tie anything back to Jesus. They even down to Jesus' death, trying to confirm his death after being nailed on the cross. Like, if this dude is who he says he is, this guy should be dead. Like, so in Zechariah, it predicts that, or it doesn't predict, what's revealed to Zechariah the prophet is that, the shepherd to come would be sacrificed for, well, essentially what a slave would be paid, or the price of a slave would be 30 silver pieces. And, God's kind of rebuking, saying, is this really all I'm worth to the Jewish people and all that? What was it? Later on, it shows you in Matthew that in Matthew 27, verse 3 through 10, it kind of shows you that when Judas got paid, or I can read it really quick if you like. It says, then when Judas, his betrayer, saw Jesus was condemned, he changed his mind and brought back the 30 silver pieces, silver to the chief priests and elders, saying, I have sinned by betraying innocent blood. They said, what is this to us? See it to yourself. And throwing down the silver pieces into the temple, he departed, and he went and hanged himself. But the chief priests, taking the silver pieces, the pieces of silver, said, it's not lawful for them to put them into the treasury, since it's blood money, meaning Jesus died, and that's the money that you were paid to kill somebody. So they took the counsel and brought them to the potter's field as the burial place to strangers. Now, notably, in the verses in Zechariah, it notes that the 30 silver pieces in they would be thrown to the potter.
So what you're saying is that the author of one story, which might be fictional, was aware of the prior story and could have fulfilled it by just echoing the previous statements, right? Like, what historical evidence do we have of this?
Well, they didn't even. So if you even go further, you look at.
Do you see the problem that I'm pointing out, and I pointed out several times? That unless you have a document from something like the Romans or Josephus or some other like non-Christian source who says they were paid 30 pieces of silver and so on, all you have is one religious story that claims to be authoritative by the authority vested in the previous story, echoing it, right? The echoes from the previous story are going to be things that the authors are going to do deliberately to try to make their story seem credible. It doesn't provide evidence that's compelling to believe that it's true.
Oh, so in Matthew, though, they don't even reference the prophet Zechariah. They actually reference the prophet Jeremiah. I think in Jeremiah they said, and they took the 30 silver pieces, and price of him who was the price had been set by some of the sons of Israel, and they gave him to the potter's field as the Lord directed me. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's always, I mean, look, I like to indulge
that is investigatable and verifiable, right? So the reason I gave you the example about Daniel and Antiochus' death is because we know Antiochus died because he was a real historical person, right? And that's different than statements about what some side character got from the Romans, which no one can verify, right?
Wait,
the only source
you don't
that you
know
have,
Judas is a real person?
We know Judas is a person in the story who probably existed. We don't know how much silver he got, and we don't know what he did with it. All we know is what the Gospels say, and the Gospels may be fictional, right? So the problem that you have is that you're basing a prophecy's verification from one religious text that's partially fictional on another religious text that's partially fictional. If you don't have verification of the event, it's not a fulfilled prophecy that anyone else is going to find convincing.
Yeah, but the issue here is that Romans also burned a ton of their documents, specifically concerning the Christians. So they don't want to be tied back to what would be, them essentially proving prophecy right. But it's probably not even about prophecy. It's probably about giving legitimacy to, them killing some innocent guy who the Jews believe that they have knowledge of, and that they should go to war with them for that.
But saying the documents are lost or there was evidence but it's gone is not helpful, right? To convince somebody,
it's somewhat helpful because it gives a nuance.
Well,
you're assuming that you're assuming conspiracy is happening, though.
No, it's also assuming that the reasons that the reasons that documents were destroyed was to hide something, when in fact it's generally observed that the spread of Christianity was because of the Roman Empire, and that the Roman Empire may have destroyed documents and kept ones that worked to their advantage and destroyed the stuff that did not work to their advantage, in order to spread the faith in a way that would become more amenable to their efforts of conquering neighboring countries and bringing everybody under the
why would they
umbrella of the
so they would lose their country in order to
No, the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire was an expansionist regime. Okay, so they were essentially, they are instrumental in spreading Christianity. So
but that's not intentional.
We don't know that, but we can say that they.
But that's conspiracy at that point.
No, it's not. We can only go by the evidence.
It is.
No, we can only go by the evidence. The evidence is that the Roman Empire was instrumental in the spread of Christianity.
Yeah, and they hated Christianity.
Roman Empire, not at a certain point, because at a certain point the Roman Empire was using Christianity as a more amenable terms because they didn't have the money to consistently wage war in the way that they were doing it. So it's more amenable if you can just convince other people, to other cultures, to join the empire under the guise of Christianity instead of doing it with just open all-out war. It's much cheaper to talk to people than it is to wage war against them all the time, especially when you're running into the areas of Germania and you were losing armies because of the terrain. It was very, very dangerous doing that. So when Christianity was more amenable, they can use that as a tool to help expand the empire and not waste the resources on open war. So, but if there's stuff in Christianity that doesn't work to their advantage, and there's stuff that does work to their advantage, politically it would make sense. Let's get rid of the things that don't really help us and use the stuff that does really help us, that can make it more convincing for other people to fall under the shadow of Rome.
The problem is the timeline. So they would have to be burning that stuff around when the Bible was being formed, and they were trying to take it in and appropriate it. But the issue was the documents were being burned when they hated Christians the most, to the point where in 64 AD they charged the Christians as domestic terrorists and tried to go after them.
Ghost, regardless of your theories about why you think the documents are missing, the point is there are no documents that can verify the type of prophecy that you're making a claim about. I gave you the example
of nothing that verifies yours, though.
I gave you the example of the Daniel prophecy making a claim about Antiochus' death, which can be verified, and it didn't happen the way it was described, right? If you have a prophecy that makes a claim that's externally verifiable from the religious story, which may or may not be fictional, then you don't have a circular argument. What you have is a circular argument. We should believe the Bible is true because the Bible says that it is true. That's what your argument in a logical form equates to. You see that?
Yeah, I guess, but it's shown in contemporary text, though, that Jesus was executed by Pontius Pilate.
You made a specific claim about the exact amount of money and what was done with it afterwards, right?
Well, actually, that the whole Pontius Pilate story,
I actually do want to find
the whole Pontius Pilate story is only in the Bible. It's nowhere else. The only evidence of Pilate's existence is like a stone that bears his name.
Have you heard of
that was used in the construction of I can't remember what building it was in during that time. That he was basically the prelate. He was the prefect at the time. So
do you know of the annals?
That's the only evidence of his existence is that particular stone that bears his name and the story in the gospel.
Yeah. Do you know of the annals?
Yeah.
Yeah. The annals note that Pontius Pilate was a real existing person who had a what is it? It's noted, and a most mischievous superstition. Notably, and this is going around the time that they're talking about the Christian populace.
This isn't the Apocrypha, right?
No. This is what is this again? This is the annals. So this is texts are written by a Roman historian in about
Tacitus.
114 AD, I believe.
Yeah, it's Annals 1544. Look, the point is not whether or not there was a Pontius Pilate at all. The point is that the specific details that you're pointing to as being the ones that prophecy predicts are not found in these other accounts, right? And so the problem is that unless you can point to some details which are actually verifiable outside of the religious text that you're trying to use to justify its own veracity, we can't use the text to claim that the text is true. You have to show something external to the text. That's what it means to confirm prophecies in texts, right? So you have to think about these prophecies more carefully and look for a prophecy where you think you can verify an event external to the text.
Yeah. Well,
And then there'll be another
give myself
problem.
a time moment, so
Yeah, and the ones
I'm
that do
actually,
fail.
like, head out.
Well,
That's why
there'll be-
Daniel isn't a good example, is because Daniel just destroys itself immediately.
There will be another problem that comes up with that. Even if you do find a prophecy that has external validation, there are so many prophecies that don't, that are already refuted in a way, or just not validated. They're just not, and they're quite vague. So people will end up looking at this. Well, one correct prophecy out of many. It doesn't really make the whole text sound very credible. So that'll be another hurdle to cross later. Just so you know.
That'd be
Well,
counting
it's not-
the hit. That'd be counting
yeah.
the hits and ignoring the misses.
Well, it's the prophecy that is the sole foundation of Christianity. If Jesus isn't correct, if that area isn't correct, then everything else is kind of washed away. I mean, you would have to disprove who Jesus was, what he did, and what people said that he did.
I'm saying we're saying that you can't come to the conclusion that it's true because it's insufficient to determine that conclusion. Because
Well,
there's too many things. There's too many things you can't eliminate as possibility.
Well, how do you eliminate the people's personal testimonies of that time saying it's true? It goes completely against what you're saying. I deem them more credible than you.
So if I were so how can we eliminate them as being credible? So you're saying that
If
how
they
do
were
I
drug
determine
addicts, crazy,
how do I determine the credibility?
Out of their mind.
So it's like, how do I determine the credibility of how do I determine the credibility of the authorship of a story who I don't know the specific author of, I don't know the specific time period in which it was written, and I don't know if that person had a firsthand account of what was actually going on or wrote about it decades later. That if you were to present that to me, that has no credibility. They weren't there. They heard it like third, fourth, fifth hand. It was decades after the fact, and they're recounting an oral tradition. And oral traditions have a tendency to change over time because, like the fish story, the fish gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah,
so
Paul was a
I don't have any reason
though,
to trust it because I can't eliminate the possibility that that's not what happened.
Yeah, well, Matthew was actually written by Matthew, though. Like, and this is all just being compiled. Like,
no, I'm simply saying
it gets compiled decades later. It's not like it's written decades later.
Ghost, we can't eliminate possibilities that these things occurred. We can't eliminate them from contention. So there are arguments against it that are possible that we cannot say those just didn't happen. Okay, like for the example of deliberately bringing a prophecy to fruition, like making a concerted effort to make it happen. That doesn't mean it was prophetic. It means there are people working towards bringing it about.
But with the Romans at that time who hated the Christians enough to, persecute them, why would they want to prove them correct?
Because Christianity was, for political reasons, Christianity was more amenable to convincing people to become members of the Roman Empire, to fall under the sway of the Roman Empire, and add to their regime.
But that's
aside
later.
From open war.
Yeah, the issue is they persecuted them like centuries before.
They would persecute. Well, I mean, if they stood up, everyone who stood up against the Roman Empire and decried the Roman Empire was persecuted against. Not just Christians. Christians weren't special in that regard. Anybody who stood against
You're telling me that they were special in that regard, though, that they would want to use Christianity as kind of a religious sphere.
But I'm saying that the Romans would use everything to their advantage in order to expand the empire.
Yeah, like Christianity. But they try to squash it. by
They
killing their
squashed
leader.
the stuff that they didn't like and the stuff
Oh,
that
their
didn't
leader?
work for them. And they used the stuff that did.
I don't know. This
Oh, but I'm
This-
saying this is a plausible thing that there is a record of human beings and empires and regimes using this very same tactic throughout human history. So because it's plausible, we can't eliminate it from contention. And because we can't eliminate it from contention, it's directly contradictory to what the Bible is saying. We can't assume that either one of them is true. It juxtaposed against the opposition. So we simply say we can't make a determination. Which is why, if we can't make a determination on this, it doesn't mean that one of them is specifically false or one of them is specifically true. There might be some truth in both of them, or both of them are totally false. We don't know. But we do know that there is not enough justification in order to say that one is true over the other. So you can't make a determination. And then when it's presented as evidence, you say, nope, that's insufficient. The claim that this is true, it cannot be supported. That's the conclusion. So when you ask an atheist, why don't you believe in God? Because there is insufficient evidence to support the claim. This is one of those moments.
Well, so how do we recollect history?
We do the best we can with the evidence we have at our disposal.
Yeah, and you're
should
refusing to use the Bible to insert the empty spaces.
No. Well, we can, because it's a book. It's a historical. It's an ancient text, so we can. But we have to do that equally amongst all ancient texts.
Yeah,
The Tao, the Bhagavad Gita, the Egyptian coffin text, the Bible, the Quran, all of it.
And
So
for
we
the
have to look at
Bible,
all of them,
then
and then we have to look at what the evidence is from archaeology, and then we notice that there's a lot of problems there.
And with the
Because
Bible,
most of these books are culturally centric, so they have a skewed version of history.
Oh, and it's even further skewed by the fact that a number of books were removed from the Bible at one point.
There's a lot of texts that are left out. The Apocrypha is the Apocrypha for a reason. So, I mean, you want to dive into something like hardcore, go into the Book of Judas.
Well,
you want to read some really crazy stuff, jump into that one.
The Deceiver.
The Gospel of Pseudo Matthew is my favorite. It says that Jesus hung out with dragons and they were his friends, and he rode around on their backs.
Well, that sounds great. No wonder
I just love the Book of Judas. Like, why would you leave that out? Judas's direct account? Why would you leave that out? Because it literally explains Judas's thinking at the time of what was going on, the problem in between what Jesus was saying and what Jesus was talking about, and what the Pharisees were talking about. It adds so much context, and yet but the problem is it throws the redemption narrative into disarray.
Well, so what's the nuance that Judas offers?
That Christ himself was not worshiping the one true God.
How so?
That he was worshiping a lesser God. He was not worshiping Elohim. He was not worshiping the true God. He was worshiping a lesser God that was a war god, essentially a lesser version of that. And they essentially in the Jewish pantheon, in the Jewish polytheistic religion, that he was choosing another god other than El. And so he was saying this is the true God, and the God he was choosing was Yahweh, and Yahweh was a war god, which is why blood, death, human sacrifice, the blood sacrifices, those all fall under Yahweh's purview. But to the Jews, that was not the real God. That was not the true God. And that's where the problem was. But this is all described in the Book of Judas. But if this is true about Jesus, then Jesus was following a heretical, basically said, well, this is a splinter faction of Judaism, and I'm running off and I'm believing this other God over El. Okay, so that's problematic. That basically susses out that this is where I get the whole thing. When I'm glib and I say that Jesus was the David Koresh of Iron Age Palestine, okay, he essentially was. He was splintering off from the Jews and saying this is the actual way, and the original Jews were like, it's no different than the Baptist Church and the Westboro Baptist Church, or the Baptist Church and the new independent fundamentalists. It's no different. It's the exact same thing. This is a trope of human history. There's a belief structure, and then the population of that belief structure gets large enough, and then individuals in that begin to disagree with certain tenets of that belief structure, so that they break off and they keep what they want and they disregard the stuff that they don't like, and they create a new group that believes some of the old stuff, but not all of it.
And that's why we have denominations.
Yes, and that's why we have denominations. And then typically in the past, thousands of years ago, the original group would often kill the splinter group to ensure that there was no basically no tainting of the water. They want to keep that faith pure. But that doesn't happen nowadays. So it doesn't really happen that much nowadays. So now this is why we have denominations.
It still happens, but not as much.
It's just not as common. But back then it happened a lot. As a matter of fact, why do you think the Quran really hasn't changed that much? Is because they've kept it extremely insular, and they have ensured that no one can really adjust it. And so that's why you don't have 10,000 or 40,000 denominations of Islam.
I'll just point out I've been able to identify about 99 denominations so far, and that's how long my list is. And it looks like there's about 33 different Qurans in Arabic that are out there. So there was a time in Islamic history, as I understand, where there was the powers to be seeked out all the different Qurans that people had in their possessions, in their homes, and on them, and burned them and replaced them with the Quran of their standard. So they had some success with that, but obviously not 100% success because they didn't get them all. But I don't know how much that's happened with Christianity. I know there's different translations in English. I just don't know about the originals. There seems to be some question about where the originals went.
Yeah, well, I believe that's only in some cases. Well, have you heard of the Mother God cult?
The what?
The Mother God cult of Christianity.
No, I haven't heard of that. I know there's over 25,000 denominations of Christianity.
Yeah. There's always going to be somebody to appropriate. I wouldn't say that there wouldn't be people who would take something and make it their own, because the Mother God cult, which is something international and now known as the Church of God, they believe that the origin of it was a Korean woman and her husband, and the husband claimed that he was all Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and of course his wife would claim she's got the mother, and they spun it in such a way to where what was it? Well, yeah. Now we have a sect that's actually kind of large within America, internationally, that actually believe in this narrative of God the Mother, but they don't know the origins of this whole thought system, which is very skewed. So what I'm trying to say here is I don't believe that this is this determines really that as long as the core wasn't exactly changed or manipulated in a sense, all these other factions that decide they want to spring up and add or take away, those thoughts should be shut down.
Let's just take something that's core, right? You don't take Paul to be a heretical false prophet, do you?
No.
Okay. So do you think that when Paul wrote an epistle in 50 AD that said a man of lawlessness would enter the second temple and declare himself divine, do you think that was an accurate and fulfilled prophecy?
What exactly do you mean by that?
Okay, so Paul wrote an epistle saying that a man of lawlessness would enter the second temple and declare himself divine. Okay. The temple was destroyed in 70. So Paul's prediction did not come true. Christians made up a new prophecy interpreting it to mean that the Antichrist would enter a third temple later on and declare himself divine. But this attempt to sort of backdate and retroactively retcon a failed prophecy into a new one is what we're seeing. And we see the same thing with Daniel.
I'm trying to figure out, where does it say this?
It's an epistle of Paul's.
Yeah, Thessalonians 2, 3, 4. let no one deceive you in any way, for that day will not come unless the rebellion comes first. Well, that's kind of shows you the day will not come unless the rebellion comes first. And the man of lawlessness is revealed, the son of destruction, who opposes and exalts himself every so does this give a timeline?
It was written around 50 AD.
Yeah, but I mean, this are you saying that this is supposed to refer to?
You know the difference
Because
between Second Temple, First Temple, and so on, right? Like the sack of Jerusalem, the Second Temple was destroyed.
Yeah. Are you referring to this as if he's talking about like what do you call him? Nero? Because
It doesn't really
from what
matter
I've
who he thought it
seen
was. What matters is that
people
the temple was
just say
destroyed.
Antichrist general.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nobody
man
entered
of
it and
sin is
declared
here.
himself divine. It was destroyed. The point is, we have a lot of prophecies like this that fail. And what happens is instead of admitting that they failed, people just make up new prophecies to try to fit and avoid the embarrassment of
What
the old ones
exactly did
failing.
he? Yeah, so what exactly are you saying is the incorrect notion? Am I missing a verse here? Oh, you're talking about so the temple of God type of thing. Yeah, he said it's in the temple of God. Yeah, shewing himself as he is God. Yeah, do you think that this has to be literal?
Well, it'd help if it were.
It's usually
Yeah, I
when
mean, of
people
course.
writing about the temple of God in a time when there's literally a temple of God, yeah, they're usually referring to the temple of God. The point is that, look, Daniel fails, and then people make up a new story about Daniel. Paul fails, and then people make up a new story about Paul. Whatever prophecies fail, people just make up new stories to try to make them fit again, right?
Well, Paul
This is
talks
not a
about a
reliable
lot about
method.
false teachers and a lot about, people trying to deceive the church. So,
Right, this is evidence that Paul was a false teacher.
Or they use ambiguity in
What?
the language in order to kind of adjust it so that it fits their narrative better.
What do you mean?
Like, for example, when Rate, well, I guess the other dude, the Muslim, was up here talking about how the translation could be interpreted in two different ways. It could mean this or it could mean this. So there's contextual variation there. And if it doesn't work one way, but the other way fits a little bit better, you can go with that one, and you're still justified because it could potentially mean both, either one. So there's a lot of that throughout the Bible as far as the translation processes go, where the original, we can assume like the oldest language we can attribute it to, where there were not words for words we have today, or one word could mean a phrase. So there's a lot of variation in that, and that leaves it open to interpretation. So that if it does turn out to be wrong, you can say, "Oh, well, it actually meant this." Kind of like how the Nero Redivivus legend 616 was in reference to Nero, and then they say, "Oh, well, Nero never came back," even though that was the legend that was prevalent at the time. So obviously, it wasn't talking about Nero; it was talking about something else.
So
Yeah,
We
the
have revised the
Antichrist
story.
we have quite a few people waiting in the queue who've been waiting very patiently. I'm wondering if we can wrap this up and move on to our next guest.
Yeah, that's fine. But I would like to note that, well, it's kind of hard to sow a conspiracy theory as fact here, because if you're to say the Romans really wanted to prop up the Christians and prove them correctly around 30 to 60 AD, that would be completely against the rhetoric they had towards the Christians, to the point where they persecuted them and noted them as terrorists.
No, I wouldn't say that they wanted to prop them up, and said they wanted to co-opt it.
Well, they co-opted it maybe during the time of the Roman Catholic Church rising, but that's way later in history, too far to even. I don't think there's a king or government that has that much forethought to plan for hundreds of years later co-opting the most powerful movement in the world.
I don't know that you're giving. I don't think that you're giving the Roman Senate and the Roman emperors the credit that they deserve. because one
They
quarter
would
of the
take
one quarter
400
of the
years.
1/4 of the human population, like 1/4 of the Earth's population, lived and died under the Roman Empire. So,
Okay. I appreciate you coming on, Ghost of the Vaccinated, Fipto. Your name is interesting.
I know you like that. I know
must
you
say.
like that.
Yeah, we do.
Well, I saw the Ghost of Kiev, and then we found out it was wrong, so I started wearing this name.
Okay. So, we appreciate your time coming on and talking prophecies. It seems to be prophecies are a problem. I'm sorry, I'm not convinced.
Well,
I
this
guess I'm
was a
not
very
sorry.
specific prophecy. I don't think that the Romans would ever attempt to prove the Christians right by, paying a dude to sell Jesus out, and then they probably don't even know the prophecy themselves, paying that dude.
It could be coincidental. It could be somebody was involved in a transaction and knew and decided to make sure that came to fruition. Or it just could be a coincidence. A whole
And
number
kill
of different
themselves.
transactions were noticed, and the one that matched is the one that was chosen. I don't know. There's all kinds of possibilities, right? So,
So I just want to ask one question. Do you think that so many people would have died to make this true?
Ghost, you've ignored the fact that we brought up at the very beginning that you're using the religious text to verify the religious text. You don't have an external source that verifies the details that are supposed to be the important parts of the
the
prophecy.
transaction. That's the
Or
that's
the suicide,
issue.
right? It's
The
all
suicide.
details that are not
Noted.
attested to.
Yeah. Let me see.
So
I mean,
we're going to move on.
Would a Roman document show this?
That's the
random
conspiracy
schmuck
theory talk. You're the
killed
one who's
himself?
making conspiracy theory, not us.
Well,
right?
hold on.
So
That's not conspiracy theory.
give us a
I'm
prophecy
saying
that has verification, and we could talk about it. This is not one of those. Let's have another caller.
yeah. Well, thank you very much, Ghost. We can always talk again in another episode, but I think for now we want to try to make sure we get other people in as well. And so thank you for the very nice conversation. We do appreciate it.
Yep. It was nice.
So we're bringing in Hystergia. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. You probably are aware that the topic here is to convince any of us that a god or goddess exists. Welcome.
Hello?
Hello, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Loud and clear.
I just wanted to add.
You've just gone silent. Okay, can anybody else hear Hystergia? I don't hear anything.
No.
I don't have him.
Okay, Sturgia, what we're going to do, we're going to put you back into the audience, and we're going to go on to our next guest, and we'll come back to you after that and try again. The next one is Filippo Fish. Let me just get this arranged. If anybody wants to comment for a moment about the previous guest, that'd be great. Filippo Fish, I hope I'm saying your name correctly. You know our topic, and welcome.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for welcoming me in. Just want to give a shout out to a notable guest in the room here, Zen Shapiro, the inverse Ouroboros. In other words, a snake with a head up his own ass. How's everyone doing?
I think the name Zen Shapiro is clever.
I like his name. He's a good guy. But I will always antagonize him because that's part of my brand now.
I heard him on a recent Tom Rabbit. I that's why I'm laughing. So yeah, Philip. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm not a Christian, obviously, but I believe there is a God. But my God marries the wide fields of sociology, cryptozoology, and some other ologies that I forget at the moment. So bear with me while I tell you the whole thing, okay? I believe that God and many gods exist on this planet, but the definition for these god and goddesses is different from what the believers of these gods purport. These gods are all superorganisms created from the linked up minds of these individuals who create large entities that may not be sentient, but influence the world, that act like forms of life, and also change the course of human history. Does that excite you or what?
I feel like butt worms are coming on.
No.
Yeah, have you heard the worm guy? We had a guy who told us that we are all being controlled by like worms, which get in our digestive tract and then control us.
So
well,
if the deity if the god or goddess is not sentient, what's the point?
The point is that it influences the people who believe in this religion to do things that are not in their own interest, but it just happens anyway. They do it anyway because of this thing. So let me go into this.
That's an artifact of religion.
That's right. Now here we are. I believe that humans are born with the ability for faith. Faith is a belief in something that they have no evidence for, but then it causes them to do a lot of things. And what religion does is that it is a content that links all these individuals up who belong to the same faith to end up becoming like neurons in this large superorganism called whatever religion. So there is a Catholic God, a Catholic superorganism that is, I think, one of the more prevalent and advanced type of gods on this planet. They they have a bank account and everything, and then there are less advanced but equally pervasive religions like or gods like the Baptists or the Westboro Baptists. And I'll tell you what, each of these religions actually fulfill the bare minimum requirements for life. Do you want to hear more?
So it sounds like you're talking about them in like a mimetic superorganism kind of analogy way.
Exactly.
What I'm curious about, I'm curious about is even if you think in this way about like essentially a eusocial insect hive-like definition of a superintelligence as like some collection of memes, why would you use the word God just because the ones in question happen to be about God, right? So if we just take a political philosophy, we wouldn't take it that like Nazism is a god or the Soviet Union is a god or any of these entities are gods just because they fulfill a lot of the same things, right?
Yeah,
you're just saying that these ones are gods because they call themselves gods.
No, it's more than that. The difference between a Nazi ideology or any ideology, a political party, or even a country, is that those constructs are limited by geography, by language, by culture, and they're really using the frontal temporal lobe of the individual to make a decision. Why do I belong to the Nazi party, for example? I don't actually, but I mean, if I were, I've made a conscious choice to do so because it benefits me at the time, right? It is, and maybe tomorrow I'll be a communist. Depends on which party's paying me better.
All of the things you just said aren't true of neo-Nazis because they do span the globe, language, culture, etc. But the point is simply this: like the definition you're giving of a superintelligence God concept thing doesn't fulfill any of the things that people normally associate with a real quote-unquote God, which is things like creator of the universe, having power over the universe. And so that's why we analogize what you're saying to like the worm guys, because the worm guys are saying, look, you got tapeworms. Tapeworms control your brain, therefore the tapeworms are God, right? Controlling our brains doesn't get you to God, and it's just a fun thought experiment, but it doesn't mean much.
I'll dispute that with you because not all gods are omnipotent. A lot of people believe in Thor, and he was only powerful enough to create lightning. But here's the thing: these gods here are capable of making humans do things that are wildly outrageous, and that is a superpower in and of itself. I don't say that these gods are omnipotent, omniscient, or omnipresent, but they are omnipotent in their minds. They're omnipotent to the extent of what their followers can do.
Like Superman exists in the DC canon, so we could say Superman quote unquote exists in the fictional sense, just like Harry Potter does, and enough people believe in them that they influence human behavior and so on. It's just not interesting in a discussion about religion.
I disagree, because here's the thing: these things are following the criteria of life. Superman does not fulfill any criteria of life. What are the criteria of life? I think you learned gentlemen may know more than me. Some of these include that the being must be made out of cells, right? That's one criteria. Second criteria, must pass on his traits, right? That happens too.
Being alive,
must reproduce. He must
Like
grow.
being alive is an interesting. I think it's really interesting to talk about like mimetic superorganisms or like eusocial insect like collectives or whatever, just from a biological and like sociological standpoint. It's really interesting. Don't get me wrong. It's just not relevant to the topic, which is a god in the sense that it is a supernatural being, a creator of the universe, etc. And so it's fun to talk about if we were just going to talk about cool stuff about mimetics or something, but it doesn't seem relevant to the question at hand.
That's too bad you feel that way. I feel that this is the only relevant to talk about. You guys have been talking about these super powerful gods for weeks, and no one's been able to prove that those exist in the first place. So why talk about something that obviously, except for the minds of the people who believe it, don't exist?
There's the independent mind that is part of these deities that you seem to be trying to remove from everything here, though.
Well, here's the thing: every neuron in your brain is not particularly aware of what the other neuron is doing, but together they form. Through their own contents and through the electrical signal communication between them, therein lies your personality. So we as individuals,
partly, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, let's not pretend there's a soul. Obviously, it doesn't exist. Unfortunately, for all the Muslims and Christians in this room, sorry to break it to you, but this we do form a consciousness that we are not aware of. Well,
like I said, I'm not even disagreeing with your hypothesis because I think it's an interesting perspective and maybe a valid way to look at large-scale like sociological groups. But I don't think to anyone else here that saying that they have some large-scale sociological group behavior, which could be analogized to a mind, is meaningful to what people are looking for in religion.
Well, it helps them to maybe get out of this trap, right? Maybe disinfect themselves of this viral content that is in their mind. Maybe they need to log out of that matrix and realize that there is one. There's a real one that everyone can see and measure and taste and touch and be molested by. You know what I mean?
You had me at butt worms.
It's okay. So here's the weird part. So it sounds like you're saying that you think that these collective concepts are worthy of worship.
These concepts some will worship them if they knew about it, but others should fear them, because gods can be both worshipped and feared, as you can see in the Old Testament. So while worshiping has some utility, fearing it has a much greater utility for the rest of us, because they will cause us to do crazy things. Let me show you.
They are jealous. They'll kill people en masse. They'll harm children. They'll order people to harm their children, and on it goes. Horrible things. And then they'll imprison people. And then they'll imprison people in an eternal afterlife. You can't leave heaven. You also can't leave hell. You're imprisoned. That's the way I see it. So these stories don't add up for me.
But here's the thing: we are as individuals cannot stop this. By all intents and purposes, they are gods to us, right? We cannot fight this god.
I'm sorry. Hang on. No, I'm an atheist. I don't believe they're real. They're just characters described in books, from what I can see.
Yeah, but there is a God, created from the belief of this book, right? That the Baptist God does exist, and he is competing for your tax dollars every day.
But it's not real as far as I can tell, unless you've got some compelling evidence for it, that there's this God who thinks they're going to judge me after I die and bring me back to life in some other realm. I'm in a lot of trouble.
All that is just the content that gets you to buy into this organization of minds, right? This collective super amoeba of religion. That's not what you're saying. What the Christians say is the point is not actually the point. But there is a Baptist God, there is a Muslim God, and they operate like a mindless amoeba. I think the most advanced one is the Catholic Church. As I said, they have a very big bank account that proves their sentience.
Yeah, it's the most successful business in the world. So, do you believe in this God that you're describing?
I do believe in them, and I believe that we should fight them. They are the enemies of mankind.
You believe there's just one single God? Is that what you're saying?
No, I believe that there are many gods. They spread. They have children. As one of you guys alluded to, the fact that there are so many denominations in the Christian faith, it's because they reproduce. They have certain traits that are similar to their predecessor, but they're also meaningfully different, and they all come out and they compete with each other.
But we can track why these denominations occur. We can see where they splintered off from, and we can look at this. We can look at their internal histories, and we say, okay, they broke off because of a disagreement here. They splintered off because of this, so on and so forth. So
the reasons are trackable, but the results is that they are always splinter off anyway. It doesn't really matter if you track a specific.
I think people are misunderstanding Philippa Fish's purpose, because I'm trying to get at what is this purpose, right? What he's saying is that religions are superorganisms, they're bad, and we should fight them.
Yeah, the purpose of the religion is like any other organism. It's the perpetuation and the domination of everything around it for its own purposes, right? And it does not understand. It's not to the level of sentience that understands that its existence and its actions to maintain its existence are harmful to the environment and to itself. It just keeps growing, right? It's like an invasive species. Tilapia. Or not tilapia, but those Asian carp in the south, right? Similar kind of idea. You got to stop it, or they're going to eat all your.
Why should I believe in these deities that you're describing? And but you're saying they don't have minds, or they do?
I believe that they have varying levels of sentience.
He's talking about them in an analogy, not literally. Like,
why should I believe they're real?
Because they affect your life on a daily basis. The motions and movements of these gods clashing with each other, as in the clash between Christians and this godless Muslims. They fight each other on a daily basis, and it can be explained more than just through geopolitics. Religion is a real thing.
I'll tell you, I'm not convinced by this, because these are people who are affecting my life by impacting politics and changing things in the world based on what they believe. That doesn't mean that the consequence of that is that these deities must be real, just because a lot of people believe in them. So this is why I'm having trouble connecting the dots.
But would you not say
an atheist? Just to be clear, he's not saying they literally exist.
Well, I am saying that literally. I'm saying that these superorganisms really exist, but we don't see them just because we're part of them. We're one tree in a forest. The one tree is not aware of the entire forest. Even though we're affected by what's happening in the forest, we don't really know, right? We don't know why. So I'm just trying to bring awareness to the fact that these superorganisms behave in a lifelike manner. They spread in a lifelike manner, and they should be treated as entire organisms. They need to be eradicated like a virus from the minds of these poor infected individuals called religious folk.
So, do you think that because we don't know why is justification for believing?
I believe that, as I said earlier, I think that people are justified to. Oh, you mean you as yourself?
Because you just mentioned that we don't know why certain things are the way they are. You just mentioned that, so I'm wondering if that is you're thinking that is an important justification for believing.
No. I apologize. I was thinking about why these individuals who believe in it believe in it. I didn't mean that you yourself should believe in it. You yourself should believe in it, because I'm making a very compelling case and I'm a good speaker, and you should just believe me.
To be clear, Randolph, Philip is an atheist. He's talking about. Yeah. He's just talking about a superorganism way of describing religions and combating them. He doesn't believe in God.
I believe in those gods.
He just confirmed for me that he believes in multiple thinking gods and goddesses, actually.
The fact is that what he's talking about is like in quotation mark. He's talking about an in quotation mark analogy to an organism, which is a superorganism. Like we would say an ant hive is like an organism, but we don't literally mean that it is a single organism. It is composed of many individuals which all work together like an organism.
But here's why we are all collections of cells.
Sorry, philosopher push. So that's already demonstrated by reality, because we see anthills and we see forests, we see all these things. We can explore them, we can delve into them, we can damage them and make permanent changes to them. So we know those things are real. I'm curious about the goddess part of it, though, the deity part of it.
Well, I think you have to understand what the word goddess or goddess means to me, and I have a very wide view of what a goddess, God is. Some people say God must have created the universe, but I think no. I think any sufficiently powerful entity, sentient or not, who can control our lives, manipulate our lives, who can hurt us or give us some benefit.
Oh, okay,
That
so
we cannot control, we cannot fight.
I see where we're missing each other is because you're saying it's not necessary for this deity to be a separate mind on its own. You're saying that's not necessary.
I think it could. I think the power levels we're discussing, right? You guys, a lot of Christians and Muslims believe that God has infinite power level, but as Dragon Ball Z will tell you, everyone has a finite power level. So I'm just saying that my power level requirement for God is much lower than theirs.
You're saying it's less than 9,000, basically.
Less than 9,000, indeed. Maybe as a human, you only have a power level of 1, so maybe even 50 is good enough.
So it sounds like this is a more compelling case for Dragon Ball Z.
Well, Dragon Ball Z and Marvel and a lot of comics have talked about gods, right? They use the word gods very, very easily.
I think at this point we should we'll move on. I don't think we're really getting anywhere because there seems to be some problems with how we're getting into deities being defined. The clarity's missing. It's just not working for me. Maybe we can try next fortnight. Does that sound all right to you?
That sounds good. And another shout out to all of our religious folks in here. For us unreligious people, we're waiting for you to come to the other side. Best of luck in your lives, and hopefully get your head out of your ass and stop being this way. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thanks for dropping by. I appreciate your time. So we're going to try with Hystergia again.
Yo.
Hello, Hystergia. How are you?
I'm good. I hope this works.
Yeah, we can hear you. If you can turn up your volume a little bit, that would be helpful. What have you got to present to us for whether a deity exists?
I just wanted to say on the topic of prophecy that oftentimes it's ignored that the whole Old Testament is prophetic in nature, right? Because we have 5 covenants, and in every covenant there is a pattern that that is repeating itself, right? So we see this pattern repeating itself in the last covenant with Jesus. So there is a lot to unpack there, right? So the formal prophecies are a good start, but what surrounds those formal prophecies is just a bunch of things that makes them more legit, right? So that's called typology, right, in theology. And I think when we connect prophecy and typology together, we can make a really strong case.
Why don't you make that case? Give an example.
Okay. For example, in Isaiah, he foretold that the keys of David's kingdom would be given to a new royal steward or a prime minister. And Isaiah promised that this prime minister would be a father over Jerusalem and would have full authority. And we see Jesus giving the keys to Peter. Then we see the prophecy of great restoration, and Jews actually looked at this as a prophecy that when the Messiah comes back, not back, or rather when the Messiah comes, he will set up a new Sanhedrin, and he will restore the Sanhedrin, and it's fulfilled in the Apostolic College or the Magisterium, right, of the Catholic Church.
So you have the same problem as the previous caller, right? Which is you're just saying one part of a religious tradition echoes another part of a religious tradition, but there's no prediction of an event external to the religious tradition, which is verifiable, being posited here.
But yeah, you need to realize when we do historical research, we just don't ignore the texts, the Gospels, St.
I didn't
Paul's
say we would
letters.
ignore it, but when we do historical research, we're doing a different thing than trying to verify a prophecy. So when you try to verify a prophecy, you're trying to show something that the text predicts, which is verifiable to have occurred, not just something that the text predicts about itself.
Yeah, but the consistency of it and the sheer amount of detail is really compelling, because I really think it would be a monstrous undertaking to invent such a thing, right? And then we see these churches that arose from this tradition, and we see they recognizing these gospels, and we see the disciples, the texts of the disciples, right? I don't see, as Jesus gave us the Bible, like Bible simpliciter to get the truth. He gave us a church, right? So he set up, he built the church on Peter and apostles. They are our foundation, and then we track, right, this chain of transmission, and we read everything. Right? We read the Clement, we read Ignatius, we read all of these people that were with apostles and their teachings, and how it breathes in the church, right? So
it sounds like you're convinced by this, but you have to convince other people, right? So you're going to have to give some example. And rhetorically speaking, if you can't verify anything external to the source that you think verifies itself, then we don't have much to go on to be convinced.
What do you mean verifying itself? Because it's multiple things written by multiple people. Bible is written by 40 authors.
Yes.
It spans over thousands of years, right?
Had access to the prior text when they wrote the new texts. So if a new text says something that confirms seemingly something predicted by an old text, it can be explained by the fact that the author knew about the so-called prophecy. Because what we see is people bending over backwards to change the interpretation of prophecies when the prophecies did fail to come true in the way people thought that they were supposed to come true at the time. And so they come up with a new interpretation of what they think it's going to do. So the problem that you have is you have to be able to point to something that can be verified independent of this tradition of people trying to confirm each other.
Yeah, there is a covenant with David, right? It's a promise to finally fulfill his covenant with Abraham, making Abraham descendants, and that they will be gathered into the kingdom ruled by David's son. And then David's kingdom is crumbled, and that was prophesied, right? And the people were swept away into exile about 400 years after David died. It's called the Babylonian exile. And in history, we can point out that these are historical facts, that this kingdom did crumble, right?
Yeah, we would agree that the captivity happened, sure.
So, and then Matthew, he repeats a certain phrase, right? Isaiah predicted that God would begin restoring the fallen kingdom, precisely where its disintegration began, right? And Matthew sees Jesus fulfilling this prophecy. And he says on the third Sunday in ordinary time, Jesus announces the kingdom for the first time. And Matthew adds that Jesus is in Galilee. It's the reign of Naphtali, right? That's the place where David's kingdom started to crumble. That's one of the prophecies that we can verify historically, right? That these places did exist, that these kingdoms did crumble, and that this person, we have testimony of these people, that this person walked. I mean, every historian agrees that Jesus existed, right?
Not every historian, but a majority of them, sure.
And if you're talking about Jesus existing in the way it was depicted in the Bible, I mean, whether there was a person, an itinerant rabbi named Yeshua who lived at the time, sure. But biblical depiction, you know. Did we lose him again?
I'm not sure. I don't hear him.
Oh no, is he having audio problems again? Darn it.
Like he's muting and unmuting, but we're still not hearing him, so something happened to his audio.
Okay, and I have in the list an Arabic name, but they're not on the stage audience here. So we're going to move on to the next one then, which is Paige, and then we can try to come back to Hystergia again. So I'm going to bring Paige up. If Paige is listening, come on in. Hello, Paige. Welcome. You know, I'm sure that we're asking for to be convinced that a god or a goddess exists. Welcome.
History, is he this dude? This is not fucking here. So just wait. Just get someone.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite make out what you said.
Just get someone, bro. Like this dude's fucking gone. Like just pull anyone in.
Okay, I think one last chance to tell us what you're going to say. Otherwise, we're going to move on.
Is that yes?
We're having
Seems
trouble.
like Paige is an atheist according to his profile, so maybe he thinks he's joining the panel to talk to the guests.
Oh yeah. No, that's we brought you on a little bit earlier to respond to somebody earlier, but I don't know, you weren't around or didn't get a chance to speak. Did you want to respond to that person, and then we can move on to the next one, or?
No, I'm fine. I just want to get. Let's get a fucking random ass Christian in here. Just fucking.
Okay, so what we'll do is, if we're going to bring people on the panel, we want to prearrange that. So we'll talk with you offline. I'll get Taco to be in touch with you, and then because there's things we have to discuss before bringing people on the panel. So we'll do this in the future with you. Thank you for your interest. Okay, so next in the list is somebody who goes by the name of just W. Who is a theist who claims that they're going to destroy atheism, and I'm looking for them in the audience, but I don't see them. So we're going to move on to the next one, which is...
Randolph, can I say something?
Yes, sir.
So, it might just be me, but saying bring a random-ass Christian on, I don't think that's very respectful. I also don't think that that is going to help with any conversation.
Well, and this is why we don't bring panel members on the fly. That has to be vetted beforehand. So hello again, Hystergia. Did you get your... Sorry. No problem. Let's continue where we left off.
Yeah, I just want to ask, what kind of evidence do you seek? What kind of evidence would you necessarily see if the God world is true?
Convincing evidence.
Well, yeah, I guess something that could be verified. It really will depend on what the evidence is, because if it's just a logical argument, then obviously the evidence will have to be something verifiable within the realm of logic, at least. If it's something that claims that your deity interacts, or deities interact with reality, then there's going to be some way that we need to be able to verify that empirically. It really depends on what the argument is.
But if you don't know what the sufficient evidence looks like, you have no idea what it looks like, right? How can you be convinced you haven't seen it? Because what if you failed to recognize it?
Because we haven't seen the evidence yet. It's not trying to be a cop-out. It is, the evidence has to be convincing. If you're going to narrow it down to one specific thing, in my opinion, that would be dishonest. You would have to have each piece of evidence and then assess that at the time.
It also kind of assumes that you're assuming that that each one of us has not critically examined everything that's been presented to us. That's essentially why we still hold these stages. So you can present something so that we can critically analyze and see if it's convincing. So despite the fact that many of us have been doing this for quite some time, and some of us, like me, I was raised in the faith. So there's critical examinations that are going on, and it still goes on, because we're not just going to say like absolutely we're still allowing people to state their case is the whole point, because you never know. Maybe somebody has something that we don't know. We're being charitable in that respect. So the evidence has been insufficient thus far to this point. And yet people still believe.
I like to look at it the same way I look at science. The moment new evidence comes in, that's when it's time to revise your position. So,
Right. And I can say this: if the God that you're proposing exists, and that God like knows everything, if it has like the attribute of all knowing, so even if I don't know what would convince me, because I doubt that there would be anything that would just like straight out convince me, because anything that I'm presented with is immediately going to come under inquiry. That's the whole point. It's pragmatic theory of truth, or I'll say pragmatic philosophy of truth. So I will, if you present me one thing, I will have questions, and it will go further than that to make a determination as to what I'm observing. Don't just assume it. But if there was evidence out there that would automatically, instantaneously convince me of this worldview and convince me that it was true, then the God of it knows what that evidence is and has thus far refused to give it to me.
There's even a word for it in English. It's called theophany, which is the visible manifestation of God. And Christians and most religious people today will say, well, we don't have any, and we couldn't have any proof. But the books contain stories of people ostensibly receiving this demonstration in the flesh. So miracles, for some reason, stopped happening around the same time that people started being able to investigate claims and debunk them. In the same way that UFO sightings appeared to go up, directly proportionate to the number of movies that promoted the idea of UFO abductions and so on, and then to go down as those became discredited or less popular.
Like you can actually
we need
track
evidence.
X is correct on that. You can actually track it. Before Close Encounters of the Third Kind came out, individuals who thought that UFOs had a specific idea of what UFOs looked like based upon science fiction novels and but mostly they were robots. They were some sort of biomechanical deals. Essentially what was it? The Day the Earth Stood Still. That was the typical depiction of that. But when Close Encounters of the Third Kind came out, all of a sudden people were seeing, when they were or basically talking about alien abduction, they were talking about grays. Close Encounters of the Third Kind is where the gray idea it was where the gray alien idea came from. You can actually track this. So, I mean, X is totally right on that. These are truly testable.
I just think that when I look at the bigger picture, that the God world just makes sense in every possible way.
Well,
because
I
think it explains.
The thing it makes sense is a terrible argument, because there are a lot of things
I just wanted to
you
say.
could propose to. Yeah, but there are a lot of things that you could propose to someone that absolutely make sense or are not true.
I wanted to give you one thing in an attempt to answer your question that would prove to me, but why don't you finish what you're saying, and then I can give you that.
Yeah, for example, I just wanted to say that there is like this subjective experience, and then there is objective from which I can derive certain information. When I look at my subjective experience, I can say that I'm 100% sure that God exists because He worked in my life, right? Because I recognize my sin, that's the beginning of God working in me. And when I see objective evidence, I think we can use reason to come to the existence of God, right? There's a lot of good philosophical arguments that lead with logical steps that lead to a bedrock of certain attributes that perfectly fit the Christian
hysteria.
God,
How do you determine those attributes?
Oh, by using these arguments, right? Like argument for motion.
How do you determine that the attributes are correct? Where do you get the attributes from? Like, where initially were the attributes derived from?
From the scriptures, right?
And that has to assume that the scripture is true in order to justify that God has those attributes, right?
Well, I'm not assuming anything. I'm just pointing out that it's kind of funny that something written 2,000 years ago lists certain attributes, and it can be perfectly defended by philosophy. Or
it can't. God can't be all-powerful. It can't. God cannot be all-powerful and all-knowing.
Yeah, I don't see how that follows.
Can an all-powerful entity, an entity capable of doing anything, can it act out of accordance of its own infallible foreknowledge?
Well, you're missing the point of what God actually
No,
is.
I'm not.
It's spirituality.
It's a yes or no question. Can
No,
an all-powerful entity
it's
capable of any action, that even if it's logically, even if the action, it has to be logically consistent. If it can, an all-powerful entity that can do anything that is logically consistent, can it act or commit an action outside of the realm of its own infallible foreknowledge?
well, you're putting God into time, right?
No, I'm
It's
just saying,
outside
can
time.
it do something that it doesn't already know it's going to do?
I can
But
give an
well, he's
example.
not in time. He's not linear. He's not.
I can help out.
How
I
we
think
perceive
For the
time.
audience, the answer is no, which means it
Yeah,
is
I
not
can-
all powerful.
I can help
No,
out.
he's just
Okay,
missing. You're just missing the
I
point
can
of
help out.
pure
I don't
actuality,
think
right? Or ipsum
Hysteria.
subsistence.
Let me try and make it a little bit easier to understand. So an omniscient God knows any final outcome, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So an omnipotent God is capable of changing any final outcome, correct?
Okay.
So those two can't go together. He can change the final outcome. It's not the final outcome.
I'll give an example.
And if you can see the final outcome, you can't change it because then it's no longer the final outcome.
I'll give you an example scenario here. This God knows that we're going to have sunny weather tomorrow here in our neighborhood, and tomorrow rolls along, and God decides to change the weather to snow or rain. And by doing that, he has then invalidated his omniscience from the day before, and therein lies the paradox, and this is the problem that we're having. Does this example make sense to you?
Yeah, you're just making a logical contradiction in your terms.
No, we're saying no, we're not. We're saying that the God is defined in a logically contradictory manner. Logical contradictions cannot exist. Conclusion, that God does not exist.
No, your sentence has a logical contradiction, but it makes no sense, right?
No,
it's like
I gave you
a
I gave you a syllogism. Logical contradictions cannot exist. Premise 1, logical contradictions cannot exist. Premise 2, God is defined in a logically contradictory fashion. Conclusion, that God does not exist.
The person that mentioned this before, it contained a logical contradiction, but because he wouldn't see something that he changed, right? It's just contradictory.
Exactly. That makes him not all powerful because he wouldn't be able to change.
Or it makes him not omniscient, or it makes him not omniscient because he can change something.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Fail.
Sentence is a logical contradiction, but it doesn't prove that
so
pure actuality, right, a mind,
Hysteria. What I was doing was explaining a scenario based on those omniscient and omnipotent characteristics to try to demonstrate the problem with some being possessing both of those characteristics, because if they are omniscient and omnipotent, then that is a problem because they can violate the laws of logic with that.
No, please listen. When you say a sentence like, "Can God lift a rock that he cannot create?" I just contradicted myself in the sentence, but that doesn't mean that God's attributes are contradictory, right? Your sentence is contradicting itself. It's not that God cannot be all powerful and all knowing.
So how do you reconcile God changing the weather in my neighborhood the next day when he knows that's not the weather that it's supposed to be the day before? How do you reconcile that as being not a logical contradiction?
Because God doesn't operate in time, firstly. He is pure actuality. Everything is
It's irrelevant. Time has nothing to do with it.
I have maybe I have a solution for you to understand. Let's say your God knows that I'm going to die as an atheist, right? He's not in time. He can see the future. He can see me die, and he sees that I am an atheist. He knows that I'm dying as an atheist. Can he then still convert me to believe in him?
Can you repeat that? at any time.
Yeah, this might be a language thing, so that's why I'm trying to help out.
Peter is stating, God knows infallibly that Peter is going to die an atheist. Can Peter be converted in his lifetime to Christianity?
Converted by God.
By God, yeah. So God knows that Peter is going to die an atheist. Can at any point,
and he's outside of time. He sees me dying. He sees me dying as an atheist.
Effectively, in that sense, God is omnipresent. Okay, so God knows infallibly that Peter is going to die an atheist. Can God, knowing this, having this infallible foreknowledge, can God himself convert Peter to Christianity? That's actually really good, Peter. That's an excellent example.
Thank you.
It's simpler than mine.
I struggle often with the language barrier. I can speak English pretty well, but there's still a lot of things where I need to, as it were, dumb it down for myself. So sometimes that just helps.
I don't know if Hysteria needs time to think about this, or is just sorting out some audio issues again. Hysteria, if it's an audio issue, just go ahead and exit the stage, and we'll bring you in again later. Okay, so it's an audio issue. So for now, I think one of the things that he was talking about a little bit too, he alluded to, was being in time. God is not in time, so God is, I guess, outside of time. I'll just bring him back because he just put his hand up again.
Which is why I brought that up.
Hello?
Because if God is outside of time,
okay, let's let him answer. Let him answer. Go ahead, Hysteria.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to point out how you're putting onto God this kind of linear experience, but every moment.
No.
Every moment is.
Let him finish. Peter, let him finish.
So as I'm watching my phone right now, this is a moment, right? This moment, as I'm experiencing it right now, every moment that ever happened is present to God.
Exactly. That is why I included that in my example. I included in my example, God sees me in the future. He is there when I am dying as an atheist.
Yeah, you chose hell.
That is the moment.
That's the actualized world
that God sees. That is the moment that God sees. I'm dying in the future. I'm dying as an atheist. Could God, at any time during my lifetime, convert me to Christianity and still see me die as an atheist?
If the world that is actualized is you choosing hell by your own free will, then that's what happens.
Not an answer to my question.
If God, if you're saying can God override that, the answer is no. That would be a logical contradiction.
Exactly. So God cannot be omniscient and omnipotent at the same time.
Peter, so Hist, the big point in this is this. Peter is an atheist. Let's say, just hypothetically, God exists and he infallibly knows, he sees it, he's there. He infallibly knows that Peter's going to die an atheist. An atheist does not believe in a God or gods. If God then took it upon himself to try and convince Peter that he existed, okay, then he shows up, then all Peter could actually be when he dies is a non-worshiping Gnostic. Because if God demonstrated himself to me in such a way that God knew it would be sufficient, it was sufficient to me, and all of a sudden, oh wow, God exists, I still wouldn't be a Christian. I would just know that God exists, because then that also demands, is this God worthy of worship? But I could no longer be an atheist, because I would then know for a fact, at least at minimum to myself, that God exists. But God has never done this. So if God violates the structure of atheism by revealing himself and literally showing up, I think the term was theophany.
Yeah, you can be a theist and still
So if he showed up and be like,
God.
oh wow, then God exists. I don't have to believe in it with faith anymore. I know it exists, but does that mean I'm going to worship it? No. Now I'm Gnostic to the fact that God exists. I can no longer be an atheist. I can be an atheist to Vishnu or Brahma or Odin or Thor or whatever. I can still be atheist to all of them, but I can't be an atheist to God anymore because I know it exists. Now the question is, am I going to be a Christian? So that's just another question there. But the point is, if God knows that Peter's going to die an atheist, can he convert him to Christianity?
The only reason Christianity I think was mentioned is so that it would clarify believing in the God that Hysteria is presenting here.
If God has the power to convince me to convert to Christianity, I wouldn't go to hell.
No, that's a simplification. It's a caricature, right? It's an argument from divine hiddenness, right? But if you think about human nature,
we're still talking about the fact whether a God can be omniscient and omnipotent as described in the Bible.
That's why I like to use this sentence: "Can God lift a rock that He cannot make?" Because
it's the other way around. Can God create a rock that He can't lift?
Because everything, or can God lift a stone that is too heavy? It's the same thing. It's the sentence that is contradicting itself. It's not that the attributes are contradictory.
And that is why I think my example is better. Because it's
the same thing, but it's following the rule of grammar, right?
It's not the same thing because we can't know what God can and cannot lift. We can know that I am an atheist. We can know that at some point I'm going to die. And when I die, I will either be an atheist or a theist, or an atheist or a Christian. If God is omnipotent, He has the power to convert me to Christianity. If He sees me dying, if He's outside of time and is there the moment I die, and sees me dying as an atheist, can He still now, in what for Him would be the past, in regard to that specific moment?
Listen, you're adding unnecessary things. I understand it, but as I pointed out, I cannot give a more specific answer because I can quote you, if you want, philosophers like Richard Swinburne that point out that these arguments are not about attributes that contradict each other. Rather, the sentences are contradictory.
No, it's not. It's the attributes come straight from the Bible. The fact that those are mutually exclusive, we can prove that through logic.
But God cannot do the logically impossible, right?
Exactly.
Right.
So
right.
So
nobody claims that.
Nobody
claims that God can do logically absurd things.
Hist. You just proved the point. You just said that God cannot act in a logically contradictory fashion. That God adheres to the laws of logic. Because whether you say that there is nature or whatever, but God can't violate the laws of logic, so therefore God cannot operate in a logically contradictory fashion, which means God cannot possess attributes that are logically contradictory.
But and the attributes don't contradict each other. The sentence
They do. Omnipotence and omniscience are logically contradictory states.
No, you're making a contradiction in the sentence because
I'm not. I'm taking the definition of two terms.
Can he do something that he cannot do? Right?
No. That's okay. Hist. You keep going to Averroes' paradox of the stone. Okay, and it's God. Can God create? And the question is, can God create a boulder so heavy he can't lift it? Because it's one or the other. It can't be both. So that's a logical. That's just an omnipotence paradox. That's the paradox of omnipotence.
Yeah, all of these sentences follow the grammar, and they're deceptive. That's why I use "Can God lift a stone that He cannot make?" Because that's
why I use
that sentence that I say is basically what you are doing, right? You're making a contradiction in the sentence.
Hysteria. That's why I didn't use a sentence. I used an example that you can follow along. And I based it literally on everything you said. And you can't get your head around it and tell me that there's something wrong in the statements that you've made about your God.
So history,
which is why you refer back to the stone example, because you think that is easier to debunk.
History, it's a very simple yes or no question. If God infallibly knows that Peter's going to die an atheist, Can God convert Peter? And the answer is no.
As an atheist.
And the answer is no.
Yeah.
Which means God is not omnipotent. And if God can change Peter, that means that Peter's final state of dying as an atheist was not true, which means that God is not omniscient.
No, it just doesn't follow. Sorry, because it's just following the rule of grammar. But
okay, let me try it this way.
At this point, if I'm sorry to say it, I'm going to have to call it out because it's been going on for a minute. We're not going to get into semantics on this, and we're not going to start changing the definitions of things in order to worm them around this logical contradiction. Because if you're trying to, you're just trying to get through this by basically saying that words don't mean what we agree that they mean. Okay, that's why I didn't go with I just said all-knowing, all-powerful, capable of all action, knowing all true propositional states that are not logically, and capable of all non-logical contradictions. So it can do anything that's logically possible, and it knows all true propositional states. Okay? It knows the true propositional state that Peter's going to die an atheist. Does that mean that God himself could come down and convert Peter to Christianity? The answer is no. And the answer is because if he knows it's a true propositional state, that is what will occur, because it knows it infallibly, then God can either not violate what he already knows to be the true propositional state, or it can. If it can violate it, that means it didn't know it in the first place. Or if it can't violate it, it means it's not all powerful. It can't inflect that change. The same question goes, can an omniscient, omnipotent entity change its mind? And it can't. Okay? That is an action it cannot do because it already knows what it will change its mind to. What it knows is infallibly the final answer. There is no alternative. So God can't change his position on something because it already knows what it's going to be before it's changed. God can't change its mind. When you give it the attribute of omniscience, God is essentially a minecart running down a predetermined track. It already knows the end of the track. It knew the beginning of the track. It's the one that created the track and it set the minecart in motion. It's just going down this script that it's already written for itself. And it can't deviate from that script because it knows how the script plays out ad infinitum. So, no, it doesn't have the power to do it. These are two logically contradictory attributes. God is defined in a logically contradictory way. Logical contradictions cannot exist. Ergo, this God does not exist.
This is a pretty bad argument because at first glance, it sounds sensible. But if you think about it, these statements just fall apart. They are gibberish.
Philosophers have been thinking about this philosophers have been thinking about this for thousands of years. This is nothing new. And you cannot reconcile this. The only way you can reconcile this. Okay, the only way. Paper from this is going back to Epicurus and Averroes, man. Back to Aristotle.
You're talking
these
about
questions
dilemma.
Exist, and you cannot reconcile this unless you alter the definition of what the terms mean.
Okay, send me a paper from a scholar on this, of a philosopher.
Take a philosophy 101. Take a philosophy 101 class, dude. I did the work. I'm not doing the work for you.
I still don't see
because philosophers don't take this argument serious. Right?
I still don't see why you're not getting this. If let's say if I am going to die an atheist, does God at this moment in time, can he see me dying in the future? Yes or no?
He doesn't. He sees everything in one moment.
Exactly. So is that a yes or is that a no?
The temporal state thing does not matter. The temporal state thing doesn't matter because technically omniscience and omnipresence are kind of interchangeable. If it knows all things infallibly at all points in time, it technically is there and is aware of it. So it's exactly the same as being there. So omniscience and omnipresence are essentially interchangeable. So no.
Okay,
constantly referring back to temporal states it's completely irrelevant.
It's just playing word games that contradict each other. These things are logically impossible.
Which is why I wanted to ask you. Hold on. which is why I wanted to ask you. So let's make this between you and me, okay? At this moment in time, if I'm going to die as an atheist, let's propose that's going to happen. Is God there in the future right now to see me die as an atheist? Yes or no?
Okay. Okay.
Okay, what? Yes or no? Is
Lay
God
out your
there?
argument.
Yes or no?
Lay
Is
out your
God
argument again.
I just did. If I am
God
going to
is-
die, listen.
God is
If I'm
the world that is actualized is you.
Stop, and listen. If I'm going to die an atheist, right? Let's say in 5 years I'm going to die as an atheist. Is God at this moment in time? Is he also there right now? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Does he see me dying in 5 years? Right now? Exactly. Yes. So, and God is all powerful. So he sees me now and he sees me in 5 years, dying as an atheist. Can he convert me so I'm not going to die as an atheist?
Again, logically contradictory terms.
It's a yes or no question.
It's like saying
it's a yes or no question.
It's like saying God.
It's a yes or no question.
Can God make a married bachelor?
It's a yes or no question. Don't go back to the stones. Address this specific example. Can he or can he not?
It's the same thing. You're saying the same thing with other words.
I don't care about the rock.
Logically impossible thing.
I don't care about the rock. Address this. Be honest or tell yourself that you're dishonest. Either address
Isn't
what
the answer
I'm asking
God cannot do logically impossible things a sufficient one?
Address what I'm asking you, or just make the statement that you're going to be dishonest about this. Because that is what you're doing. And I'm not saying that is what you're doing on purpose, but this is where the disconnect happens in your brain.
The
you
world
can't
that
address
was actualized
this because it's going to pose a problem. It's going to pose a problem to what you already believe. That is why you cannot address this.
Yeah, God.
Ask yourself
that
why.
which is said cannot be changed because God doesn't go against His will or
great. Your God is not all powerful.
No, it's just a logical impossibility.
No. He's not all powerful.
Peter.
Because he doesn't care.
If your God is restrained, limited by those logical constrictions, then yes, Peter's correct. Your God is not all powerful, is not omnipotent. You basically just confirmed this.
But you're missing
the God that you believe in cannot exist.
Now, when we talk about the will, like we can say God cannot lie as well, right?
But has nothing to do with lying. This has nothing to do with lying.
Peter, I'd like to hear what he's got to say here.
If you think about it a moment, the reason why we can lie it's because we are imperfect. Lying is a sin, right? Sins are morally imperfect actions.
It's not,
so
and I
being
can prove it's not.
Of lying is a morally
lying is not a
imperfect
sin,
being.
and I can prove it's not.
And that gives us the reason why God cannot sin. He's all perfect, possessing all possible perfections. So that means he possesses moral perfection, and moral perfection implies sinlessness. It definitely
I'm going to stop you right there because to me, I'm going to judge your God here. Your God ordered a father to kill his own son. That to me is extremely bad. That is sick. It is immoral. Definitely not moral. So
he also knew that he wasn't going to go through with it, so he lied.
So there is. Yeah, that's a good point. But I object to the point where you're characterizing the Christian God as all perfectly moral. Or completely moral, as you said, and does this seem reasonable to you that I'm judging him this way?
God was testing him, and he was actually providing us for a prophecy.
Hold on. God was testing God was testing someone. He already knew what they were going to do. Why would he test someone?
Because of us, we are finite beings. Right?
So, what do you think were the psychological ramifications on Isaac, a child who was going to be killed by his own father?
Well, a lot of things are allowed in this world, like evil, right? But
So,
when
That's
you
not an answer
allow,
to the question. That is not an answer to the question.
yeah,
Peter,
I'm
he's
asking,
getting to it. Give him
something
some
general.
time to answer, okay?
Also, English is not my, and when I'm getting dogpiled, I really get flustered, and I don't know how
Yeah,
to
no,
respond.
that's not the intention here at all. That I can
I'm
assure you.
sorry, I have the same thing. English is not my first language either. That's why I tried to help you out earlier.
So yeah, but I understand the argument. I don't think the philosophically you understand it, right? I can send you some papers from Richard Swinburne. He's a philosopher who debunked this argument already, right?
Okay. Let me ask you one question then. If your God is omniscient and omnipotent,
can we
did
move
he
on,
write?
please?
Hold on, let me finish. If your God is omniscient and omnipotent, why did he write or had people write a Bible where 2,000 years later I need a philosopher to explain things to me? Why couldn't God do that?
Well, God wants us to use reason and our minds.
Why is your God reliant on a fallible human being to explain to me what he thinks and wants?
Because he wants for us to dig for the truth, right? That's part of the wrestling with the truth, asking for it.
And
It's
if
part
I'm
of
going
the
to
journey.
if I have to rely on a fallible human being who could be wrong, how's this helpful?
Yeah, I'm just saying, I think the hiddenness or revealing things in parables, for example, causes
That's not
questions.
an answer to my question.
Peter, let him finish his answer.
Yeah, I really want to talk with someone that doesn't interrupt me every
Sorry,
sentence.
my apologies. That wasn't so. But you told me that I need to listen to someone who could be wrong. How is your God putting up this whole thing where I'm supposed to listen to someone who could be completely wrong? Why isn't your God, who is the sole source of all knowledge, why can't he convey it to me in a way that I would understand? Why would he even take the risk that I listen to someone who could be completely wrong? Because you don't know if he's right, I don't know if he's right.
Well, I think we have fundamentally different epistemologies. I don't think you need to know something like I'm a coherentist, right? So I think we make these webs and we can discover things through laws of logic and reason, because we are rational creatures. We have rational souls.
I agree with you so far.
So he built this. He instituted structures like the magisterium, through which we can know certain things about faith and morals. But science, through science, we observe how things are created, how things came to be. Right? We know that the body evolved through time. Right? We evolved from common ancestors, right? This is science, right? But when we talk about faith and morals, this is something transcendental, and we have he instituted the magisterium, through which we can have certainty and Bible piety. We can have unity, right? He didn't give us just the Bible didn't just fell from the sky and everybody can pick it up and use it for their own assertions.
I agree, but listen to just this. Would he set up things where I am going to listen to a person that could be completely 100% horrifically wrong about what God thinks and wants?
Can you repeat that?
In essence, dude, why would God rely upon the worst possible means of conveying a message when it has other options that would be better and more convincing?
Well, the way he conveyed love to me is perfect. I cannot think of a stronger form of love than seeing God on the cross, laying His life for me and shedding His blood.
Hysteria. That doesn't answer the question. The reasoning that you have to use to get to this conclusion is bad. Okay, it doesn't hold up to scrutiny. Why would God, in all of its infinite power and wisdom, rely upon the weakest and the worst parts of human reasoning in order to get to the truth that it exists? How would we be able to differentiate the truth from what is fiction if we're relying upon the worst possible reasoning methodology?
Are you talking about faith?
I'm talking about faith. I'm talking about emotional states. I'm talking about making assumptions, and I'm talking about begging the question.
Well,
all
what
of it.
you're presupposing is that it's a blind faith, and I don't believe in blind faith. Right? When John said, "We saw him risen from the dead," we talked to him, we touched him. Right?
How do you know the
That's
Bible
literally
is true? How do you know the Bible is true?
Well, that's something you need to examine yourself.
Not me.
Right?
I've been through this. I was born and raised in the faith. I'm an atheist. I've been down this road. I'm asking you, how do you know the Bible is true?
Well, evidence, historical evidence, consistency, the way the church actually preserved this truth. When I read the church fathers, when I read the New Testament, I just there. But before that, there are steps before that where God was working in my life, because I felt I was going through a lot of evil things. I did a lot of bad stuff, right? I was a really bad human being, and it boiled down to me crying out to God, right, and asking Him, does He love me, right?
Okay, so while you were doing all this bad stuff, and before you cried out to God, you already had knowledge that a God could potentially exist, correct?
No, I was. I was a occultist. I believed in some spiritual stuff, but
okay, so you already had foreknowledge that it could potentially exist. That's why you called out to it as a rescue for the bad stuff that you were doing. You appealed to God because you already had a possible you already had knowledge that this thing could potentially exist. You saw it as an out for your current behavior.
That was the last drop, right? The last straw. I couldn't rely on myself anymore, on my family, and I just reached my hand towards something above myself. Right?
How did you determine that God exists for you to reach out and for Him to have an effect in your life? And it wasn't just
How
did you know? No, stop, Hister. How did you know that God exists for you to reach out to Him? And how did you eliminate the possibility that it wasn't just you convincing yourself of something in order to change your own behavior?
Oh, well, that's a loaded question, right?
It's not a loaded question. I'm asking your epistemology. Your epistemology and your methodology. How did you know that God existed, that He could actually be there to have an influence in your life? And how did you eliminate the possibility that you just convinced yourself that God exists so that it could have an influence in your life, just so you could justify changing your behavior?
So, how I would answer this question, because I think it's because I believe now I'm a reflection of God. Even if I didn't believe that,
that's an appeal to consequence.
Even
how
if
did
I didn't
you know?
Believe it,
I'm not asking you how you ended up. That's an appeal to consequence. How did you start?
I didn't end my sentence, right?
No. But you're appealing to consequence. You're appealing to the effects after the fact.
I understand.
So I'm asking you how you started.
I need to end my sentence, and then you will see the answer, right?
You don't start at the end. Start at the beginning. How did you start?
Yeah, I started with end, and now I'm going to tell you why I believe through reason we can believe in a God, because we are beings who tell ourselves about ourselves. We can ask questions about ourselves. We tell jokes, we fantasize, we empathize. So all of this is an activity of a self-reflexive consciousness, and that seems to me to have something to do with the fact that some of us believe we are capable of a relationship with unconditional creative energy that we call God, because we can remove ourselves and see ourselves from the bird eyes perspective. We can examine nature. We can ask these questions, right? So there is always this question: is there an ultimate purpose of something? And when
It's
you
God of the
are
gaps. So it's God of the gaps. Cool. So we assess that. Cool. All right then. I think it's solid. I think we got to where we need to go. There are things you don't understand about consciousness. There are things you don't understand about consciousness and theory of mind and philosophy of mind. So you filled those gaps with God. It's God of the gaps. It's not a problem. I just want to know how you got there. You basically stuck God into the gaps of the things you didn't understand about the human experience, and that's what fills those gaps for you, and that's why you believe. And it has some sort of physiological or psychological utility for you, and that's why you believe. That tracks. That makes sense. It doesn't mean that the God exists. It just means it serves a purpose for you. And I want to know how you got there.
When you say it's a coping mechanism or a warm blanket, it couldn't be farther from the truth, because
then if you didn't need it, then if
really
it wasn't, then why did you? If you didn't need a coping mechanism to deal with your poor behavior and how you felt like you were at your last rung or hanging from the last thread, why would you reach out to something that you don't view as a coping mechanism or a life raft? Why would you need a security blanket if you didn't need security?
Well, you forgot if God does exist, he's personal, so he can reveal himself.
That right there is the most. That right there, Hister. That right there is the most intellectually honest thing you've said so far. If God exists.
Yeah, I'm speaking to you because you are an agnostic or an atheist. I don't know, but if he exists, he would be a personal being with which I can have a relationship. So there can be things that I cannot explain to you, right? Subjective things that I just cannot explain. But when I go to the objective side of evidence, I think there is plenty of evidence that points to God existing, right? From philosophy, from testimony, from how the history unfolded. Just going to the church, all the depth, the richness.
None of that is evidence for a God.
None of it is sufficient evidence. Because you could say the exact same thing about religions that don't agree with you about God. You could say the same thing about Hindus. You could say the same thing about Muslims. You could say the same thing about Taoists, about anybody who believes in a God that is not the Christian God, but holds to the same tenets. You don't believe in that God, but you still hold to the same tenets that lead you to the Christian God. So the same arguments work across the board, but you can't demonstrate that the God actually exists. You're just you're demonstrating behavior you're demonstrating a belief structure that influences behavior and makes the behavior more positive in society and makes your life better. Just because it has a physiological or psychological benefit or utility to you does not make what you believe in true.
Yeah, but I'm saying I can assess these things. If I read John saying, because we saw him risen from the dead,
that presumes that the Bible is true.
Yeah, but this is a far cry from Christianity. And
no, that's begging the question. That's begging the question. You assume the truth of the Bible. You presume the truth of the Bible because
I can ask question. Is he lying? Did he hallucinate? Did he have a vision? All these questions I can ask and I can examine and I can.
And the best you can come up with is I don't know.
I'm a rational being.
Yeah, but the problem with examining it is that you can't go back in time, so you have no way of examining it. All you can do is read a story, and based on that story and that story alone, make up your mind whether or not you believe it. There is nothing you can do to examine it.
The closest you can get is I don't know, which would get you to the closest you can get is I don't know, which would get you to an agnostic position that you don't know.
Would you say that history is science?
That's completely irrelevant. We're saying that your final conclusion, the best you can get if you're maintaining intellectual honesty, is I don't know, which would be the agnostic position. But then again, Hysteria, you are an atheist when it comes to Allah. You are an atheist when it comes to Brahma. You are an atheist when it comes to Vishnu, Odin, Thor, Zeus, raw. It doesn't matter. You're an atheist to all these other gods. You're an atheist to all these other gods. But you're not an atheist to this one particular God. We're explaining that the methodology that is used for you to determine your atheism about all these other gods is also applicable to the God that you believe in, which is why we as atheists don't believe in it. You're just not applying it, which shows a break in your epistemology.
Which is why you couldn't answer my question. Which is why you couldn't answer my question when I
will send you the papers on refuting such arguments if you want to read it.
If you want to send those papers to me privately, I'll include them in the YouTube description later as well.
Yeah, and I'd be more than happy to see any paper that mentions my name dying as an atheist, because that is a specific thing that can and probably will happen. And if someone's going to write a paper about that, refuting it, I need to see that.
Okay. I can just say to you guys also naturalism of gaps, right? When you say God of gap.
What does naturalism of the gaps
There's no such
mean?
thing as naturalism of gaps. Essentially, it's either we know or we don't know. And if there's no explanation or if we don't understand it right now, we just leave the question mark in its place and we keep studying until we do understand it. It's kind of like it's kind of like evolution. We know it unequivocally. That evolution occurs. It's like we understand evolution better than we understand gravity. Okay, evolution is unequivocally false. As though we know it like the sun. We know it like we know what time to the millisecond sun is going to rise tomorrow. Okay,
so, I know.
And there are gaps, in evolution which we keep filling without assuming anything about those gaps. We will fill them the moment we have the evidence or the fossils or whatever to fill that specific gap. Not before.
Science uses belief as well, right?
No, science does not use belief.
Science explains.
Of course it does.
No, science explains.
You think that science doesn't have philosophical assumptions?
This right now, science doesn't make assumptions about things. That's a part of the hypothesis process. You ask a question about an observation. You can assume a possible conclusion, but that doesn't mean that your conclusion is correct. Okay? So what it does, what theories do, scientific theories explain phenomena based upon the evidence. It eliminates it eliminates what is not true. It eliminates confirmation bias. It eliminates the possibilities of what could be alternatives to come to the best possible explanation based upon what we understand about reality and how we understand the evidence. And it does this over thousands of years of testing and falsification and throwing everything at it, because what scientists do, any scientist in these fields, they are constantly trying to tear down the current prevailing theory. That's the objective of science, is to come up with a better theory that is more explanatory and makes better predictions that are more accurate. So scientists are constantly trying to improve upon itself by tearing down what is there and improving it and making it better.
But if someone tells me there is a diamond on the beach, I will not take the metal detector to go find the diamond, right?
Well, I'm sure you wouldn't, because metal detectors don't pick up diamonds.
Exactly. So when you just want to use this kind of empirical, scientific way to come to the conclusion of God, I don't know, what do you expect? The metal detector cannot find the diamond, right?
I can answer that question. Do you believe miracles exist?
Yes.
Okay. So that is God interacting with this world, correct?
Yes.
If that happens, we can observe it, we can measure it, we can test it.
We can create a predictive model off of it.
Yes.
But there is also philosophy, right? Philosophical arguments.
And now you're shifting the goalpost.
Hang on. So we can. I need to add something, but we can also rule out other possible explanations. Then
this is true. Yes, Randolph. We can eliminate possibilities.
Yeah, that's the important thing about it. So if there's a miracle that can be reproduced, we can observe it, we can figure out that all other possible explanations for it are wrong, the ones that we can figure out, and then it's more reasonable to say, oh yeah, okay, this is most likely the case. And we start dealing with probabilities and things like that too sometimes, depending on the scenario.
Yeah, but what
Yeah,
about
which is-
philosophical assumptions that serve as a metaphysical underpinnings to science, like
Can
that
you
the laws of
can you
physics will
demonstrate?
hold in the
Can you
future?
demonstrate it? Can you demonstrate it?
Yeah, the regularity of nature, for example.
But,
These are not
nature is not.
subject.
But nature is not uniform. Nature is not regular. Nature is constantly changing. Nature is locally uniform to human beings because of how we perceive time.
So you think laws of logic can change?
No. The
No,
laws of logic are affirmed by their negation. What I'm saying is that nature, in and of itself, just nature, like the universe that we exist in, is constantly changing. It just changes at such a slow cosmological rate that we are really not aware of it. But the way the universe was and the way the universe will be is in a constant state of shift. The problem is that these cosmological shifts are so vast, and we live such short lives by comparison that we can ostensibly say the universe is locally uniform.
So E equals MC squared can change. It's not
Eventually, at one point, yes, it will.
Because nothing will exist, or well.
Eventually, as we approach thermal equilibrium, yeah.
But that's not changing.
And the laws of the universe, the laws of the universe break down. No, it will come a point in time where E equals MC squared will not be true anymore.
There was a point in the past when it wasn't true.
Yeah, there was a point in the past when it was not true.
But
it's true now. It's true now, but there will be a point in the far flung. I'm talking like septillions of years in the future when it will not, because the universe will have broken down to the point at which it's not possible. So therefore, it no longer becomes true. But it's true now. So it's locally true. It's locally uniform.
That the objective reality of the external world, or that the laws of physics will hold, these are not subjects that are in immediate scope of empirical sense data or empirical science. Or
right.
science
the things we presume. Hold on. The things we presume in science are confirmed constantly, which makes them reliable.
Yeah, at that point, you're basically
it's the same thing with the laws of logic.
We're taking the evidence we have now and we form a model. That model makes predictions about reality. Then we use that model to extrapolate and go further, knowing what we know now. And that may help us make predictions about further things in the future. Because we go further. This is how we know at one point the sun will expand into a red giant and will swallow the earth. This is one point where we know that there will be a point in Earth's future where total solar eclipses will no longer be possible because the moon will have traveled too far away and will no longer fully cover the sun in order to create what we know now as a total solar eclipse. These things are changes that will inevitably occur, but they will not occur for I think the moon getting further away, that's like 6 million years in the future. Okay? So these things do occur. All right. And we know them, and we know that they will occur because of the evidence we have now and the projections that we can make. So we can say, now, we're not saying that 100% they absolutely will occur. We're saying that the predictions say that they will, then the prediction comes true and it verifies the model. All right. So what you're basically saying is we're not in the future now. We can't rely upon the model, and that's just intellectually dishonest.
I'm just saying, rather than argue from what we don't know, we use good arguments for theism, take what we do know, and show how it logically leads to the transcendent creator.
But it doesn't. It doesn't. Because the very first thing you have to do is you have to presuppose it. No, because the very first thing you have to do is you have to beg the question about whether everything was created or not. And you cannot demonstrate that an agential creator made anything.
I'm saying to you, there are arguments for that.
Hysteria, I have a question based on something you said earlier. You accept evolution, correct?
Yes.
And you think that the Bible is true, correct?
Yeah.
How can you
where Genesis,
Adam and Eve come in? Where do Adam
throw Genesis out the window?
Let's hear what's going on here first.
You think, the Catholic Church? What?
No. I'm not talking about the Catholic Church. I'm not talking to the Catholic Church. I'm talking to you. You believe that we evolved, that we have a common ancestor, and you believe that humans were created by a God fully formed as humans, how can you hold two contradicting beliefs?
I don't see a contradiction because
You don't see a contradiction.
No, please don't interrupt me, please.
So humans evolved from a common ancestor, or they were created ex nihilo, fully formed. Which of the two is it? Because they can't both be true.
Bible, firstly, Genesis isn't a scientific textbook. There's nothing problematic.
It's not what I asked.
No, Peter,
I gave you a specific. I gave you a specific. No, hold on. I gave you a specific
he's trying to answer. I think he's trying to tell us that Genesis is wrong. Go ahead.
No. When we talk about events, right, in terms of remembering events, there's a personal way of remembering events, and there is a communal way. So you need to understand that this was oral tradition, right? And when we move towards remembering events which have universal significance, the more this memory will appear symbolic and condensed. It has to be, because it can be attended to and remembered by larger groups over larger and larger spans of time. So what the Genesis is basically a polemic on the cosmological stories of the ancient Near East, and it's saying that God, that there is just one God, because Moses is basically saying to us, there is one God, we sinned against him, we fall. It doesn't say that we didn't evolve and that God could have breathe in.
It does say we didn't evolve. It does. Hold on, sorry. And I'm talking. I'm talking on. This is my opinion, and I'm not speaking for anyone else. But if a book says that Adam and Eve were created, and if we know that never happened, that wasn't the case, why would the book say it? And why would we need these oral traditions to go on for thousands of years, telling people lies on how the human race came to be, when it's completely wrong? And now we've got an audio problem again.
I think like what Hysteria was just alluding to was interesting. He's saying that there seems to be a condensed communal memory of these old events. This to me speaks to the Bible being errant rather than inerrant, and so I agree with him when he says it's not a scientific document, and so for that reason I don't consider the Bible to be a credible document, because it is making scientific claims but not backing it up. Now, Hysteria, we're going to bring you back again, but we have spent quite a lot of time on this, and what we want to do is get on to some other guests pretty soon here, but maybe we'll give you the last few words here.
Yeah, I just want to say that the main point of the Genesis narrative to the nomadic desert people who wrote it was that the Lord was the creator of the universe, not these other gods, right? And that the Lord was the Lord of everything and every nation. The Lord is the God of gods, a universal God of love and justice. So there were all sorts of other creation narratives around, and this one changes them in those ways. Right?
Yeah, we understand that we're talking about the Christian viewpoint on that, and then that is the Christian viewpoint, so that makes sense.
You also conflated the New Testament God with the Old Testament God, because the Old Testament God was not seen as one of love and justice and all this other stuff. He was actually a very fiery and wrathful God, and essentially Genesis was taken from the Sumerians, so...
Well, it's not wrathful, it's just, right, to punish sin or evil. There was a lot of evil.
Is it just to punish a victim?
A victim? No.
Mm-hmm. So when it says in the Bible that if a woman is raped, she shall be stoned along with the rapist, is that just?
Well, that's a difficult discussion. We can have it.
It's not a difficult discussion. It's wrong.
It's nuanced. It's nuanced
Okay.
because
Wrong.
of.
I'm
No, it's
going to
not
wrap.
nuanced. It's wrong.
Yeah.
I'm going to
Yeah.
wrap.
I can defend it if you want, but
No,
I'm
no.
No,
That's-
you can't.
I'm gonna wrap
yeah,
this.
I
up.
can because
I'm gonna wrap this up because yes, I agree that it's wrong, and I would be okay with hysteria that we maybe explore this topic at another time because I think we're going way off topic here with this now. I'm at the point here where I'll say that by saying the Bible's not a scientific document, and yet it is the rationale, the explanation for your God, I'm not convinced because the Bible makes scientific claims, and it's not a scientific document. There's the problem.
yeah, it's phenomenological language. It's Genesis, right? We're talking about there are different books in the Bible, and we need to observe what kind of literary form are these writers using, right?
Well,
So-
that's according to you. I'm looking at a book that tells me very specifically certain things, and to me, it's pretty clear. So, but I'm happy to give. We're happy to give you the last word, and then we'll move on to our next guest. I think. Does that sound?
I go. Yeah,
I
I
also
go with
wanted
the
to thank
church.
him because at times it may seem like you're being ganged up on, which is something that we do want to avoid. So I want to thank you for being patient and sticking around with us.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I just want to say that I go by the church, and church promotes scientific research and discovery, and she calls the Genesis in a certain way epic poetry, and I don't believe that doesn't make it untrue, right? There is typology there and prophetic truths written in certain forms by knowledge of people of that time. And we need to examine it rationally, right? And use ancient Near Eastern context. And I would just say New Testament is obviously a testimony of people who were with Jesus. So that's it.
Okay, thank you very much for all your time for coming on today, and I look forward to talking to you again. I see Matt Gruber. I can't find you in the audience here, so I'm going to move on to Ryan Ain't Lion, who is after you in the queue. And if you come back, we'll put you up next. Ryan Ain't Lion, it's a pleasure to speak with you. Thank you for coming on. As you probably know, the topic here is to try to convince one of us that a god or a goddess exists. Welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. So because I'm not a Christian, I'm not gonna try to demonstrate that a God exists, but I am well read on the historical Jesus and early New Testament scholarship.
Are you an atheist?
I am, yeah.
Oh, cool. Oh, well, hey, nice to meet you.
Thanks, you too. I've loved the stage so far. I think it's been really well run, and I've enjoyed it quite a bit. So, thank you. So the first thing that I just wanted to cover, and I think this whole thing will not take more than 2 minutes. So, and for those of you that like citations, you can get ready with your notes.
Brian, feel free to send me a private message with any links you have, and I'll gladly post them into the YouTube description afterwards.
Oh, okay, wonderful. Thanks. So the first thing I wanted to cover is that one thing I've been hearing repeatedly by the religious folks here is that somehow the scholar or the alleged authors of the four Gospels, I think one person even said Matthew was written by Matthew. That is not held by any New Testament scholars of any note, including religious ones, believers of any kind. The four authors do not claim, well, number one, they don't claim to be eyewitnesses. Two of them explicitly state they are not eyewitnesses. There are no major historians, religious or otherwise, that believe that they were written by the people whose names are in the titles. In fact, the titles are later additions by the editors. So they're not even claiming to be the authors themselves. An atheist brought up and just to flesh it out further, Like they don't say I saw or we saw or I spoke to or anything like that. They, I think the idea that later believers would claim that they were eyewitnesses is not something that they would have agreed with. An atheist brought up that the apocryphal texts in Book of Judas, were somehow should have been included or something like that. The majority of secular historians, in fact, say nearly all of them, do not believe that the Gospel of Judas and the apocryphal texts are likely to contain any historical information whatsoever. Just quickly, I wanted to cover that there were no accounts of a Messiah suffering and dying in any Jewish sect that we know of. Nobody expected the Jewish Messiah to suffer and die. As Paul states, we had no converts among the Jews. I mean, this was the most ridiculous thing you could tell a Jew, which is that, hey, that guy that was crucified last week? Yeah, he was the Messiah, the guy that was supposed to deliver us, from the oppressive rulers. I mean, it would have been laughable. And it was laughable to nearly every first century Jew. One other thing is that the earliest Christians believed that Jesus was going to return and that the world was about to end. So one of the best attested things that we have about Jesus is that he was an apocalyptic prophet, claimed to be a prophet, of course. And Paul, of course, told people not to get married and to sell their things. The Christians were selling their land, selling their houses, because from the earliest Christians, they expected the world to immediately end. One kind of thing that I'd like Christians to begin to address, and there was a Christian who stated that, yes, of course, the historical Jesus did exist, and I think that we as atheists have to do a better job, and I love that you guys, did state the majority scholarship, which is that he did exist, almost certainly, and it's not the guy that they believe in, of course. And one of the biggest things is that Jesus did not claim to be God. Nowhere in our first three synoptic gospels, which is, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, does Jesus claim to be God. There are many passages which pass the criterion of multiple attestation, in which Jesus explicitly denies and differentiates himself from being God. He says, why do you call me good? No one is good except God alone. Luke 18:1, Mark 10:18, Matthew 19:17. Why do you ask me what is good? There is only one who is good. If you want to enter life, keep the commandments. He doesn't say you have to believe in me. Another phrase he says, but what about that day or hour no one knows, not even the angels in heaven, nor the Son, but only the Father. So he's saying, I don't know when the kingdom will arrive. Matthew 24:36, Mark 13:32, Luke 22:42, saying, Father, if it is your will, take this cup away from me. Nevertheless, not my will, but yours be done. The best scholars in the field, most of whom are believers and have published the most respected and extensive works, do not believe that Jesus claimed to be God. Everyone from John Mayer, who is a Catholic priest and a believer, E.P. Sanders, who's a believer, Geza Vermes, believer, Dale Allison, Presbyterian minister, Paula Fredrickson, they do not believe that Jesus claimed to be God.
So, do you happen to know where this phrasing, Jesus is Lord, comes from? Because I hear that an awful lot.
Yeah, so there's a lot of this is translational issues and stuff like that, but we'll get to John and why that's unreliable, and all of these. I mean, the believers, they stipulate and accept that Jesus does not claim to be God in the synoptic gospels. Paul does not claim that Jesus said he's God. Of course, Paul never met Jesus as well, but Jesus only claims to be God in John, which is our latest and most theological gospel. Now, John changes many important data, And that's in fact why we call them the synoptic gospels, because they're so different from John, right? John changes the day and time of Jesus' death. The rest of the gospels have him killed. John has him killed on the day of preparation to the Passover to make a theological point, right? Jesus is slaughtered as the lambs are slaughtered because he's the Lamb of God. These passages in John don't pass any historical reliability criteria. They don't pass the criterion of embarrassment. The church would have wanted to claim that Jesus was God. They're not contextually credible. We don't have any record of any Palestinian Jew ever claiming such a thing about himself. And most importantly, they don't pass the criterion of multiple attestation. No multiple independent sources claim that. It seems very odd that all earlier independent sources, Mark, Q, M, L, Luke, and Matthew, just happened not to mention that Jesus called himself God. I mean, how could that be? Did they just forget? I mean, it's just crazy. So going to what you brought up, people say, well, Jesus was raised from the dead. He healed the sick. There's a couple problems with that. The prophets Elijah and Elisha heal the sick and raise the dead through the power of God, just like Jesus does. He says, you are healed, right? God, Jesus never says, I have healed you. He says, you are healed. So do the apostles Peter and Paul. They heal the sick and raise the dead. That doesn't make them God. King David was referred to as a son of God in the Bible. It doesn't make him God. Jesus never says, like I said, I've healed you. Being a son of God doesn't equate to being God. Many figures in the Old Testament were sons of God. They're chosen by God to mediate his will on earth. And I just thought I'd share that with you guys. And that might be stuff that you already knew. But if there's any questions and I know the answers, I'd be happy to answer them. But I know it's a little bit adjacent to the topic that you have right now. I just thought I'd throw in there.
Well, what I can tell you for certain is that none of that has convinced me that a god or a goddess exists.
Nice try, atheist.
Yeah.
No, that was a really well-researched explanation of the early church and the formation of the Christology in John being like a radical departure from the earlier church, probably. I learned from that.
Definitely. Yeah, well, I've really enjoyed the stage. Thanks, X and Randolph and JL and Peter. I'm really enjoying the show or whatever it is. So thank you.
A quick shout out.
I assume, Ryan,
Thank you, Ryan.
You've changed your position on me.
Oh, in terms of
the message that you sent me previously.
I'd have. Let me look that. Oh, were you the one saying the Book of Judas or whatever?
I brought up the Book of Judas as an example of texts that were deliberately left out of the Bible that are not considered non-canonical. So if anything would give us insight into Christ, then why would it be left out? That was the question I was posing. Using the Book of Judas as an example, because it gives us more insight not only into Christ and the Christ private discussions with Judas, but also into Judas's reasoning. But then again, it conflicts with the redemption narrative and Christ's mission. So they would obviously leave it out if they're trying to go for, trying to present a particular narrative to Christians. So
right on. Yeah.
That's the only reason I was bringing it up.
Yeah, I might have been caught too much into the specifics. I think
that's okay.
I forget if I repeated this already, but I think the Book of Judas is held to be a much later work and doesn't contain any, according at least to most secular scholars, probably doesn't contain any historical information or anything like that. But one interesting question before I let you guys go is what Christians don't often consider is what is it that Judas betrayed? I think one of you, I can't remember if you brought up, but what is it that Judas, and why did Judas give the authorities what they needed to convict Jesus, And I think just the two most prominent theories, one of them is that he either wanted to be, when Jesus was going to engage in the overturning of the tables, which is a symbolic destruction of the Second Temple, that he was concerned by this and knew that it would bring the authorities down on them, or that he wanted to actually initiate the revolutionary coming itself. And so I think that's an interesting debate that scholars are having right now.
So do you have any references to look into that stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the scholars do an okay job. Those major scholars that I gave you guys, I don't know how it is that they're Catholic priests and Presbyterian ministers who don't believe that Jesus called himself God. I think that's really interesting in itself. Like, but when they're doing history, they are, trying to do history, and that's apart from their faith. But yeah, I think the best scholars in the field are generally good. Like I said, John Mayer did a 5-volume work. I think Bart Ehrman's okay. A lot of problems with Bart Ehrman, but E.P. Sanders, Geza Vermes, they're all great. E.P. Sanders is probably a good place to start. It's pretty short books and easy to digest and stuff like that.
Well, thank you, Ryan. Really appreciate having you on.
Yeah, no problem.
Appreciate your feedback. Glad that you tuned in. And for anybody who's curious, we're also available on a YouTube live stream, which I will be posting in the Heathen Hangout chat shortly. You can find that on my channel at youtube.com/Randolph Richardson. That's RANDOLF Richardson. In the meantime, I'm going to bring on our next audience member here to speak.
A quick shout out before we move on. I want to shout out that if anybody's interested in these topics that we brought up numerous times about sort of biblical history and understanding the formation of the early church or Judaism and so on, there's a community that pretty much everyone who comes on here who's knowledgeable about these things, I can just right click on them and guess what server I have in common with them. And it's academic biblical criticism. It's kind of a specialized server. It's not a huge hangout server like this, but it's a great place to get knowledge and information. And it's not just for atheists. Like, there's a lot of different kinds of people who studied the Bible there, all having a discourse that's fairly academic and
please send me a link to that in a private message so I can include it in the YouTube description as well.
Yeah, will do. That's like one of my main sort of evangels of being on this panel, is I try to always make sure people know about academic biblical criticism as a community, and it's in my opinion like the coolest place to dive into, especially if you're religious, because what could you have to fear from learning about the history of your religion? If it's all true, then it's just going to deepen your faith, right?
So I brought in our next one here, who goes by. Oh, wait a sec. Why is Philosophist here? I don't know. Brought in. I don't know what I'm saying. I guess you have this wonderful cat avatar, and I'm sure you're aware that our topic is to convince any of us that a god or goddess exists. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks for bringing me on. I'll keep this short and sweet. So I grew up in a Baptist church, and recently I've been flipping if I'm religious or not. I'm still kind of struggling with it. There's one argument, though, that keeps bringing me back to religion, and that is the watchmaker's analogy, which simply is that everything that has a design has a designer, right? And I wanted to hear y'all's thoughts on this.
Have you heard the Dawkins jumbo jet response to this?
I have not.
I mean, it's fairly straightforward, right? The thing that is being posited as the explanation for the complex thing is massively more complex than the thing that it's being posited to explain. Like when you posit a being who can travel through time, know the future, like figure out what species are going to be like ahead of time, manipulate evolution to cause it to come out a certain way, or any of these crazy versions of how the creator is supposed to have done it. The creator is almost always like a massively more complex and difficult to explain thing than the thing it's posited to explain. And there's a million different ways of putting it, but it's circular, right? Whatever you're going to say requires an explanation, requires a bigger explanation.
Okay, true. I agree with that statement, but it's hard as a semi-religious person. It's hard for me to go back all the way through time to the beginning of the universe, the beginning of the known universe, right? And to think that something didn't initiate that. There wasn't, like, everything that we know had a cause, right? And going to the ultimate source, which is the creation of the universe. If everything has a cause that we know, why is the creation of everything excluded from that?
Oh, no, go ahead, X. I apologize.
No, you go for it, Joe.
Well, typically when approaching this, I looked at it from, I always kind of fall back to what David Hume talked about. If you've read Hume's criticisms to the Watchmaker fallacy or the watchmaker analogy?
I have not. No.
Because with David Hume had a few philosophical criticisms of the watch analogy, and essentially what it was that it was in three distinctions. The first objection was that human beings have no experience of world making. Okay, so what he basically said was that everything we claim to know the cause of, we have derived from inductions from previous experiences of similar objects being created, or seeing the object itself being created ourselves. So because that doesn't apply to the world or the universe, whatever you want to say, in and of itself, we have no experience of this. Okay, so that was the first one. The second criticism is that was the form of the argument is that as an analogy, it's disanalogous. And that's what Ix was bringing up. And then the third criticism is that even if the argument did give proof for a designer, it doesn't follow that designer is necessarily God.
Then what would it be?
Then we would simply say we don't know, but we can't conclude it's God because we can't eliminate the possibility of something else that is not God, but has powerful enough world-making capabilities, which would essentially get you to deism. So it's not necessarily, it's just that there's too many problems with it, is that it's not analogous, it doesn't get you to a God, and human beings have we have no concept or experience of world making. So we're making it requires too many assumptions to be made. What you can get to, this is what essentially I like to pose in the most analogous form that I could possibly make it. When you're looking at essentially the universe in and of itself, okay, everything is essentially, when you take it to its infinite conclusion, it's going to come to, why is there something rather than nothing? Okay, why does the universe exist? We can trace it all the way back to the Big Bang, essentially the Big Bang, which was an expansion event into the visible universe that we know now. The observability of our universe can be traced all the way back to the Big Bang. Okay, beyond that is nothing but mathematical extrapolation. We have no observation of it.
Not all the way back. Not all the way back. We can look.
It's measurability. We can measure. That's what I'm talking about.
Time.
Peter, that's what I'm talking about when I say observability. I'm talking about measurability. Yeah. We can measure back we can measure back to the expansion event, which we call the Big Bang. It wasn't an explosion; it was just an expansion event. So we can measure back to a certain point, or we can observe back to a certain point. But beyond that is mathematical extrapolation back to the singularity, which is a mathematical concept. Okay, so that doesn't necessarily mean that the singularity is something that actually exists. It's just that that's where the math goes. All right. Now, in reality, what really exists beyond that expansion point is a big ass question mark. We don't know definitively what that is. There's a lot of evidence going in a lot of different ways. The null state is pretty much the one that I hear because it has the best evidence going for it, but that may change in the future. Ultimately, all we can come down to is that we don't know. And that's okay for us to not know that, because that opens up the field for inquiry. It means we can keep searching and keep looking for an answer. That doesn't guarantee we'll ever find one, and it doesn't guarantee that the answer is not God or some other deity that has sufficiently powerful enough to kick the football on the universe and then pissed off with no evidence of its existence. But we can't conclude any one particular thing, from the Christian God to Allah to the sufficiently powerful enough deity to a unicorn fart to holographic projection theory. We can't conclude any of that. So it's just going to be a big question mark until there's enough evidence to formulate the theory as to the beginning of the observability, or the beginning of our universe. The question then becomes, can you be okay with not knowing? Or how do you justify sticking God in that slot when you have no evidence when you don't have sufficient evidence to support that that's what it actually is?
So that brings me into my next point. So once you reach the point where you go back to the beginning of the known universe and time and all that, what makes the position of saying nothing existed to cause that more valid than somebody asserting God did it?
Well, we don't assert that nothing exists. It's just like no physicist or cosmologist will state that something came from nothing. That's a logical contradiction. There was potentially something there in the empirical sense of it. We just don't know what that was. We don't know the state of anything beyond that point. So literally consider it everything beyond the initial point of observation, which is the Big Bang. Anything beyond that is pure speculation.
So is that the position of atheists? Is since we don't know what happened there, we can.
Then we don't know what happened. That's pretty much it. We just don't know. Maybe one day we will, but we don't know. And we're okay not knowing, because that means we can still ask questions and we can still inquire, we can do testing, we can keep trying to figure it out. And slowly but surely, physicists and theoretical physicists and cosmologists are working towards that answer, and bits and pieces as we eventually slowly begin to formulate a theory. There are a lot of hypotheses, but none of them are scientific theories yet. Maybe one day we'll get there, but maybe not. We may not even get there in our lifetimes. But what is that atheists are cool with saying, we don't know, but we're not going to make an assumption or base a worldview on an assumption that is wholly unjustified.
Well, I guess, many atheists... Many atheists, it's actually more specifically, it's we don't believe, but very often most atheists I know are also agnostic and will say, we don't know.
Yeah, if you adhere to JTB, that, knowledge is justified true belief. I don't know if you adhere to that, but essentially, So I don't adhere to it either, because get your cases and all. But what you can sensibly say is that you can't make yourself believe something. Because I'm a doxastic and voluntarist, essentially, that we're not in full control of the things that we believe. So not everything. Like, I can't just choose to make myself believe something. And especially if that thing is in direct opposition to the evidence. Like, I can't go to the top of a building and just make believe I believe I can fly and then just jump. I can't do that. I couldn't make myself believe in a god any more than I could make myself believe in that, because the evidence does not suss that out.
So then, wouldn't it be?
And there's another thing. There's another thing that I wanted to point out. If at the start of the Big Bang you were going to shoehorn in a god, then that would stop science, because that's where we stop investigating. If we've got an answer, then that's the answer. And since we can't investigate God, that's where we need to stop investigating. So
and that's why we don't accept
it would be a poor decision. It would be a poor decision to make if you're a scientist to just adopt a conclusion that you can't investigate, will never be able to investigate, at least not in the foreseeable future.
That's why you can get to deism. That's why you can kind of get to deism, like the sufficiently powerful enough entity. But when you stick like the Christian God in that slot, because you can stick an answer in there, and then you can examine if that answer is correct. So if you stick like the sufficiently powerful enough deity in there, sure, it's unfalsifiable. You can't disprove that. I can't say it's not the sufficiently powerful enough entity. Because, say it is a sufficiently powerful enough entity that then created everything and then just pissed off and left no evidence of its existence. Sure, that's a possibility. And it's internally consistent. So, but if you say the Christian God, well, the Christian God comes with some baggage, because there's a lot of attributes to it. There's more stuff to be known about it. There's all these little things. And once we say, okay, well, maybe let's say it is the Christian God. And then we start examining the logical entailments of it being the Christian God. And then we realize by the logical entailments of that, it doesn't add up. And then we start knocking down. So we say, no, the logical entailments about putting the God in that slot don't result in the system that we currently observe. So then we put it out there. It doesn't result in the system we observe. So the only conclusion we can draw is, one, the God is not the answer for that slot, or the God that is the answer for that slot is not the Christian God, or it is the Christian God and it's completely lying to us. All of these are justifications for removing God from that slot and waiting for another answer to go in there.
So then, wouldn't it be more sensible with the information that we have today? Wouldn't it be more sensible for all atheists to be agnostic? Because you're saying we don't know what happened before then, but how can you lead the assertion that nothing was there based on the evidence that we have today?
Well, then you come into like what you can know and what you can believe. So, like I said again, I don't know, but that just means I'm agnostic to what before the Big Bang was. And you say, what do I believe was before there? What I believe is based upon the evidence. It's the strongest thing that can be supported, which is the null field theory.
Null hypothesis, right?
The field theory. Okay, so I've totally glossed over it. It's way more deep than that. But I adhere to where the evidence is going. And then if it changes and something new comes up, then we'll look at that and be like, oh, that's the best explanation. So I go towards that.
Yeah,
but it doesn't mean that that's necessarily the case. It just means that that's where the evidence is going. And cool, I'm cool with that. I believe it's that until that belief is unwarranted anymore.
Yeah, and a good example of the science changing is where people used to believe that and thought that it was the best estimation was that the planet Earth was at the center of our solar system, and then science was updated once more information was known, and we have a better idea of what's really going on with the sun being at the center.
Right, or assuming that human beings, because we're the only ones on the planet that can communicate with ourselves, we can't communicate with any other species the way we can, or we can't think about the world or the universe, and that it seems so singularly special that we must be special. So I look at it and I simply say, well, I don't know what it is. I know where the evidence is leading, so I will conclude, I'll believe that that's probably where it's going to go, but ultimately I don't know. But I could say I'm confident in the evidence. But I don't know specifically what the direct answer is. But I'm confident the evidence is going to get us there. So I'll go with that as far as an explanation goes. But if it changes, then it changes. That's good to go. Because then I'll know, and because I know, my belief will change. So that's the whole point there. That's why we're agnostic to. We're agnostic. I'm when it comes to deism, I'm agnostic because I can't knock that out of the park. But when it comes to the Christian God, I'm Gnostic. I know that thing does not exist. I know it doesn't exist, and I do not believe in it. So I'm a Gnostic atheist when it comes to the Christian God, but I am an agnostic atheist when it comes to just the sufficiently powerful entity.
Yeah, and it's important distinction that agnosticism and atheism are separate classifications, and people can be anywhere on these spectrums. So, I have a friend who is a Christian, and he says he's agnostic because he doesn't know that his deity really exists, but he is a theist because he definitely believes it. So, there's people can be all sorts of different things in there. So I classify myself as agnostic atheist. I fit in both of those classifications, in case that helps to give you some more clarity on this.
So I have a question for him.
Yeah. Oh, no. So what were you saying I don't?
So I want to clarify this. I want to make sure I'm getting this right. One of the points that I derive from what y'all are saying is there comes a point to where you can't use logic anymore to justify the existence of a greater power. Is that correct?
Yeah, depending upon how you define that greater power. You can, you do logic or reason or rationality, whatever, however you want to suss it out. That at a certain point it breaks down, but the only reason it breaks down is because of the logical entailments of how you define that entity.
So then, the whole conversation of this is convince us that a God exists, right? How would a theist approach this? How would a theist convince you that a God exists without using logic?
I can answer this.
Yeah, go for it, Randall. Or sorry,
yeah,
Randall. Go for it, Randolph.
Sorry, I had to get back to my screen there. So this has been asked by Christians to me before, and also put by some Muslims, and my answer is because there's certain characteristics with those deities, I would need some kind of demonstration of those characteristics, and so the omniscience and omnipotence, grant it to me for 2 weeks, and I'll do some experimentation and verify some things for myself, and that would do it for me. That's one example of a way that would convince me. That doesn't really require a logical argument. It's more of an experience in that case. I hope that answers your question.
And I think when it comes to logic, you'd have to show, because the laws of logic are confirmed by their negation. So it's all about the law, the law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle, and the law of identity. So these things are affirmed by their negation. In a world where these don't follow, where these are not true, there is no coherency in that world. There's no distinctions that can be made between things, and so that world is incoherent. The fact that we live in a coherent world and we only have one world to really go by, we can safely assume that the laws of logic hold true, and they're true in all possible worlds because they're affirmed by their negation. So if the God is there and the God conforms to logic, then logic supersedes God, and I can just adhere to the laws of logic. But if the God is there and the God does not adhere to the laws of logic, and the laws of logic exist outside of God, then God can violate the laws of logic himself. That means God can both exist and not exist simultaneously, which makes God incoherent. Logical contradictions cannot exist. God does not exist.
So, and my response to I don't know what I'm saying, I hope that answers your question.
It does, but could you elaborate on it with use an example here? I'm still trying to understand what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. About which one? About which part?
He was saying that he would need to see what like an attribute like omnipotence.
Okay, so yeah, so because the Christian God, for example, is has a number of omni characteristics, two of which are omniscience, all-knowing, and omnipotence, all capable, all powerful, kind of. They can do anything. What would convince me that a deity exists is if that deity were to, if that God were to grant me those two characteristics. I don't need all of them, but just those two. And then I could do things like I could explore the universe, and I could see that I could check and confirm for myself that a number of these things are real, including God himself. And the reason I would need both of those is omniscience, so that I would know how to use the omnipotence properly without actually being destructive and damaging anything. And the omnipotence, of course, so I could actually do those things and conduct the experiments for myself. And so that would be convincing for me to have this kind of experience. I'd want 2 weeks because I also have a bit of an ulterior motive. There's certain parts of the whole universe and cosmos I want to explore and look around a bit. But that would be part of proving that this, testing out the capability as well, and see that this really is the way it is.
Okay, that answers my question.
Cool.
Okay, and what do you think of that requirement? To me, I'm thinking for a God who is omniscient and omnipotent and has other characteristics, it would be no problem for them to make this happen. Do you think that this is a reasonable expectation of mine, or do you think it is problematic?
If you're using the Christian example, I think it's problematic because the whole point of God existing, right? It's a hierarchy. He's above us. So if he granted you those powers, you would be equal to God, right? Therefore, you would take away God's authority. I think it's problematic with the Christian example, but I think if you're trying to use that to prove the existence of God, I think that that would work.
Okay, so, and I will just clarify, I did mention that I don't need the other omni characteristics, so I would not be equal to God still, because I would not have those other characteristics.
So what is another characteristic of God besides omnipotence and omniscience?
Omniscience,
having an omni-chronological characteristic, meaning can permeate all of time, being omnipresent, being everywhere all at once. Those are two other omni characteristics that I wouldn't need for this.
And omnibenevolence as well.
Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, I wouldn't need that.
But omnibenevolence has its own. Each one of these has their own problems. Omniscience has a problem. Omnipotence, there's paradoxes that exist in all of the omni properties.
But the point I was making is that to answer the question here, and I hope I've satisfied your question.
Yeah, you have.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'd have a question for you. So when you came on the stage, you said that the watchmaker argument is the one that keeps you from becoming an atheist. Did I get that right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, so that is the design argument. So what would you say would be a good example of a design that we should see?
I'll go even beyond humanity for this one. So like nature, right? We can see a tree, right? A tree produces an output for the environment. In this case, it would be oxygen. It takes in CO2, produces oxygen, so that the system can give it carbon dioxide again. Right? It's a cycle. Right? It's a self-sustaining cycle.
Mm-hmm. Which evolved because there was a time when there wasn't any oxygen, or at least not sufficient enough for life as we see it today. So that life only started existing when algae in the sea, who currently still produce most of the oxygen on the planet, it's not trees, unlike
you've got a point, but essentially the window of opportunity for life to be on this planet is actually, cosmologically speaking, very, very short. So there was a point in time when life was not possible on this planet. There's a point in time when life will not be possible on this planet anymore, just by virtue of orbital mechanics. So like the window is very, very small, cosmologically speaking.
Okay, but Peter, can you name anything in this observable universe that doesn't serve a purpose somehow, some way?
Yes.
What?
The laryngeal nerve of the giraffe, for instance.
Evolutionary bottlenecking.
Yes.
Okay, can you elaborate on it? Can you explain to me what that is?
Yeah, so there's a nerve that goes from the larynx to the brain. That nerve existed in the time when we were still fish. While we evolved, that was still in place. It's still in place today in mammals, for instance. But it goes, it loops around an artery near the heart. So in the giraffe, the laryngeal nerve goes down the neck all the way to the heart, loops around the artery, then goes back up to the brain. If we were designed that would not be the case. Because you would, if the main characteristic of design is keeping it as simple as possible. So this is a clear example of a very, very poor design if it were a design. Now, if you look at evolution and how that works, then it's perfectly plausible because the nerve during evolution wouldn't have the possibility to cross the artery again because it would have to come apart and then reconnect again. So no designer would make it that way. It's open to a lot more damage the way it's constructed now.
The inefficiency of biological systems is one of the big things. Biological systems are ridiculously inefficient. So, given what human beings need to physically operate, the amount of energy we need to consume in order to operate, how much we're able to consume, how much we're able to digest, and what that takes is that there is inefficiency across the systems. That biological inefficiency, we don't make use of the vast majority of the energy that we take in. We don't. We're biologically incapable of doing that. So inefficient. So, like you're saying, simplicity and efficiency are the hallmarks of design. So there's so much wasted energy that is just ridiculous. But that's just the way evolution. That's just the way the natural processes have sussed out as far as biological life forms. And then you have what I brought up: evolutionary bottlenecking. If the system of evolution were designed, then evolutionary bottlenecking is not something that would occur because evolutionary bottlenecking results in the destruction of species that can result in disbalance. And you have the separation deal. You have what are called evolutionary pressures, which typically millions of years ago, nothing had control over. So like the climate or things like that. So the best example I give of that is like the megalodon shark. Megalodon shark, apex predator of the sea, nothing could contest with it. It pretty much dominated everything until a climate change occurred. Until a basic climate change occurred around 260,000 years ago, and then all of a sudden, it's because the climate of the Earth changed, and then the sea temperature changed. All of its primary prey went to areas that it could survive, but it could not survive. So this giant aquatic predator is left in oceans with no food, competing against smaller, faster great white sharks. The megalodon goes extinct because it bottlenecked itself into this perfect apex predator that could not adapt or could not evolve to a sudden evolutionary pressure, which was the changing environment. And so therefore it died off, which then allowed the great white shark to propagate and become the apex predator of the ocean. So on and so forth. This is seen throughout nature. And so, because nothing self-corrects. Evolution doesn't self-correct. It just keeps building upon itself. And that which, when it builds upon itself, ultimately, it will build upon the system in a way that the system itself will inherently fail. Those species or organisms where the populations where the system fails, those ones die out because they can't sustain themselves. Whereas the ones that are able to, those are the ones that are able to survive and propagate. And this goes on and on and on and on. At random, resulting in all kinds of weird stuff that we see, weird mutations and weird vestigial organs and all kinds of stuff like the laryngeal nerve. Just like, human beings still have the remnants of our gills and our tails. But these are vestigial structures that are no longer serve a purpose. So on and so forth.
Yeah, so I think we've raised a lot of reasons to have reasonable doubts here. I don't know what I'm saying. Our guest, what kind of arguments do you have?
For a moment there, I thought you didn't know what you were saying.
And I can also bring it. I wanted to bring up because I love this one when it says like name one part of the system that we could do without that serves absolutely zero purpose. And my absolute favorite example of that is Naegleria fowleri. And Naegleria fowleri is the brain-eating amoeba. It's literally an amoeba that kills whatever it enters because it essentially devours their brain. That's all this amoeba does. It serves no other purpose, holds no other place other than to kill whatever it enters.
Well, I would argue self-sustainability then for that amoeba.
Well, that amoeba does, but as far as like the grander system, it doesn't play a role in any other area because it only subsists in particular areas where it has no predators, and it only preys upon things, and whatever it preys upon, it immediately kills. But the access to the victims that it has is limited. So it literally is just an organism that sits there and just kills whatever is in its place. Now, you could say that that's part of that, but it's part of the natural system. But you could remove the brain-eating amoeba, and nothing would change.
Yeah, it is a micropredator. So my question is to our guest here is what arguments do you have to try to convince us that a god is or a goddess is real?
I don't have a logical argument for y'all. I have personal beliefs, and I think in our conversation we've reached a point where, like y'all said, there comes a point where nobody can logically argue for the existence of God. Hence why I was saying that like the whole point of trying to convince y'all that a God exists, I think you pointed on this, Randolph, that there really is no way. It ultimately comes down to belief systems. So I'll stick by that answer.
I think the best way to address that question is to just say what convinced you.
Well, I'll just answer first. Is that I wasn't saying that there is no way. I gave one example of what would work for me. There may be other arguments that would work. I don't know yet. I'd have to consider them. I am open to it, and as I know my fellow panel members here are as well, because we've talked about this backstage, and so that's I'll just clarify that. But it's. If you think you don't have an argument, that's okay. That's fine too. This has been a good conversation, and I really like your avatar.
I appreciate it, man.
Ultimately,
I would recommend you check something out.
Ultimately, if the thing exists, then the thing knows what evidence would convince me, and the thing has not shown up to give me that. It refuses to. So,
well, I personally don't think it ever will.
So, Huber, you said that you were convinced by the watchmaker argument as the thing that has you on the fence. What I wanted to ask before, and I was waiting for a chance to do so, is have you read any of the books that actually address that question? Like, have you read The Blind Watchmaker by Richard Dawkins?
I'm aware of it, and you sent it to me, so I'm going to do some further research on it.
To read if you think that is convincing as a starting point.
Yeah, I'll look into it.
Yeah, because it's a lot of these so-called arguments are just basically intuition pumps that try to prey on our intuitions and our assumptions, and they work on people's cognitive biases because they seem plausible on their face value until you do the slightest investigation and find out why no one finds this sort of thing convincing who is familiar with the subject.
I think you're in a great spot. I really do. You're asking questions, which is awesome. I think you're like in the best spot possible.
I agree.
And this will be my final point. I've been taking up a lot of time. Another reason too, I would consider myself religious or asking questions about it is I've personally seen both people that are religious and people that aren't religious find complete fulfillment in life, like true fulfillment. So I don't think there really is an answer like which benefits you more, because I've seen both. I've seen people be content with both belief systems. So
I agree.
All right, thank you very much. I'll just one little quibble: atheism is not a belief system, at least not for me. But I think your point is quite a good one, though.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, and feel free to come on again in the future.
I'm suddenly reminded of Marcus Aurelius. Live a good life. If there are gods and they are just, then they will not care about how devout you've been, but will welcome you based on the virtues you live by. If there are gods but unjust, then you should not want to worship them. If there are no gods, then you will be gone, but will have lived a noble life that will live on in the memories of your loved ones.
Yeah. I'm going to bring on our
I shall
next
clip that.
guest, Respectable. So, Respectable, I know you've been waiting for a long time, like a lot of people. Thank you for your patience. As I'm sure you're aware, our topic is to try to convince any of us that a god or goddess exists. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'm gonna make an argument from contingency, if you guys can address that, and I think you know how the
Sure.
premise
Can you turn your
works.
volume up a little bit? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
it's better
So
now.
I was saying I was gonna make an argument from contingency. I think you guys know the premises. So do you want me to go through them if you don't know them?
We should go through them, just to be clear, in case there's people in the
Okay.
audience who also don't know. I'm not very familiar in this.
Sure. Okay, so the argument is everything is contingent upon something, right? And that is contingent about something else. And then ultimately, there would be either be an infinite regress or something that leads to a creator who created this. So, in a nutshell, this is the argument for contingency.
Are you making the Leibnizian cosmological argument version? Which version are you making?
No.
Are you familiar with that one?
I'm not.
There's
I'm
no
not
logical.
that familiar
There's
with
no
it.
logical
I'm not.
contradiction.
So
there's no
when
logical
people make
contradiction in an infinite regress. So
No, there is a
I'm
logical
not that
contradiction.
familiar
No,
with
there's not.
It leads
the
to many
argument.
absurdities, of
So
course.
if you say that everything is contingent on something else, then wouldn't that automatically negate your God?
How?
You also have to explain what necessity
How would that
versus
be? No,
contingency
look,
means if you're
there's
going
a
to use the
difference.
term.
It's because we believe God is independent, right? And that everything is contingent on Him.
That's special pleading.
We don't believe that God
Yeah,
Himself
that's
is
special
contingent.
pleading.
That's
Can I
special
ask you a
pleading.
question? Do you know what modal logic is?
No.
Okay, contingency is a term we have from modal logic. There's a concept called contingency and necessity. And I hear Christians all the time who've never studied any modal logic, but they're using an argument that uses these words. And they think they know what the argument means, but they don't realize how problematic it is. One of the reasons
Well, what's so
is that the
problematic?
Leibnizian cosmological argument leads to modal collapse and necessitarianism, and there's only one possible universe in which God has no choice in anything. So it's a very weird argument if you're not familiar with modal logic and what necessity and contingency mean. But necessity and contingency are not just like the way you would use them in a colloquial sense to say one thing like just
Wow.
is because of another thing, like a cause. Contingency and necessity is different than cause and effect, or creator and created. It's a different distinction.
They tend to.
That's why I asked if you knew what these words meant, because you said you were making
he
a
left.
contingency argument.
That's okay. We can keep going for a little bit here.
But you're right, man. I've seen that conflation way too many times.
When you ask which argument someone's making and they're not familiar with the distinctions, it's understandable because they're really confusing for all sides. I recommend if you're going to make these types of arguments, look up which version you're using and the name of the person whose version you're using, because it'll just save everyone time.
Yeah, there was also mention to the Kalam cosmological argument, and that one has another problem that is a very basic one. That a couple of things that it assumes that everything must have a cause in order to function properly, but then it doesn't really address things that don't have a cause. The other part of the problem is it doesn't actually lead to God. Even though a lot of the people presenting it say it does. I'm going to bring us our next guest, Hippie, who's been also waiting a while. Not sure what happened to Respectable, but that's okay. Hippie, I guess you're familiar with our topic of attempting to convince any of us that a god or a goddess exists. Welcome.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Loud
The
and
smell
clear.
of patchouli is strong.
Dude, I think I got it.
And I just got a flashback of a song that was very popular in my country. I want to be a hippie and I want to get stoned.
I think I know who this
Never
is.
mind.
Yeah. I think I got it all figured out. All right, so nobody's ever solved the hard problem of ontology. So I don't have to prove where Mother Nature came from, but planets and things came from Mother Nature's supernovas and such. So Mother Nature is our goddess.
Excuse me, Hippie. Would you mind just maybe quickly giving us an overview of the problem of ontology?
Yeah, nobody's ever been able to explain what caused the first cause, if there was any cause. Like, there was how many peppers could Peter Piper pick? Nobody's ever solved ontology. There's never been a solution to ontology, and
I actually have a possible answer to that.
awesome. You'll get the Nobel Prize. That's cool.
I can't prove it.
Is this a different claim, Hippie? So I recognize your voice. It's been a while since we've talked on like the ACD server or whatever. But is this a different version of what you were talking about back then?
I'm just saying that Mother Nature is the goddess. I mean, you got to be convinced because supernovas make things like planets, and so therefore we're created by Mother Nature.
Why would I assume
How do you know it's not Father Nature?
Why would I assume that there's agency behind those things?
Because supernovas make things like planets and stars.
Yeah, we're talking stellar nucleosynthesis. I understand what you're saying, but why would I assume that there is agency behind that?
Because nature.
I'd also contest that supernovas make
Peter, let him answer.
Nature has been around ever since nature began. Nature's been around.
I'm sorry, I only caught half of that, Hippie. Say it again. So why am I assuming that there's agency behind that stuff?
Because Mother Nature exists and has always existed since nature existed. Nature has always existed. So.
But nature hasn't always existed. Not in the observable state.
No, I
that
said
it currently
since
is.
nature has existed to the point that we could look back to where you say that there isn't a Mother Nature. I'd say, yeah, there is a Mother Nature.
So something brought in Mother Nature into existence.
I don't know. Do you know? I don't know. But
no, I mean that's you're the one that believes in it. So I'm
no, I'm saying there's no way to not believe in Mother Nature because we know
I don't believe in it.
You have to. It's the fact that we came from. See, Christians don't believe this stuff.
You're sticking agency behind natural process.
Wow, you got to just like I'm giving you I got it figured out. Supernovas make things like us. We're made out of stardust.
Nope.
Yeah, we are.
No,
well,
the
basic
Christians
elements don't believe it. But I don't know what
stellar nucleosynthesis is well understood. Okay, the elements do that elements do come from this, but you're assigning agency to a natural process.
No.
How are you justifying that?
It just is. That's how it is.
So it's
name it Mother Nature. It's a goddess, not a god.
He's not even giving it agency. He's literally just calling it a name. He's just saying physics is Mother Nature.
No,
something.
There's it's deeper. Think harder. Okay.
So
what makes things and gives birth to things like supernovas? Mother's goddess.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you got to be convinced. You can't say no.
I think that when it comes to Mother Nature, that's normally a label that's like a metaphor to kind of describe the processes of nature.
Oh, that's blasphemous.
It's argument to analogy. No.
That's blasphemous to say that Mother Nature.
And in order for Mother Nature to give birth to anything, she'd need a father too. So
Peter, let me finish, please. Just give me a sec, okay? So Mother Nature is not intended to be a goddess or an agency or anything, as far as I know, although it can seem confusing to people because it seems to be natural processes from which life derives. And so we have abiogenesis and whatnot, and then evolution that complements that, and here we are today. So there's, I guess, you're going to have to draw those two together somehow, beyond just saying that's just how it appears, which sounds
rather
go ahead,
than
Peter,
saying it came from nothing, we say everything came from Mother Nature, from nature, naturally.
Sorry if I seem to be interrupting. I've noticed that my OBS is putting a slight delay on my voice, so the moment I start talking, it takes about a second to go through in here. So something I can't help at the moment. But Hippie, in order for Mother Nature to give birth to anything, she'd need a father. Who's dad?
Nobody's ever figured that out, dudes. You would call it the Big Bang or
So
something, maybe. And then, like, I would say, hey, if there was a Big Bang, then maybe Father Nature banged Mother Nature or something like that. But we know that that's what happens. Nature gives birth to galaxies and things.
I think that would more likely be Father Time hooking up with Mother Nature.
There you
but-
go. Dude, that could be it. I gotta have to enjoy some Mother Nature marijuana and figure out the rest of all the answers.
Okay, well, Hippie, you know what? This has been a fun conversation, but I think
I'm glad I convinced you of Mother Nature.
Not as an agent, no.
All right, it's been fun. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Peace, man. Okay,
Take care. Have a good one.
Well, it's better than butt worms. I'll give you that.
You guys are awesome.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. Do appreciate it.
Thanks. Peace.
So our next guest, there was one named Oof, OOF, all capital letters with an exclamation point. They're not here, so we're going to move on to the next one, which is 1Magin3, which I think is just an interesting hacker style of writing the word imagine. Please correct me if I'm wrong, our guest. And, of course, you're familiar with our topic, I'm sure, of convincing any of us that a god or a goddess exists. Welcome.
Yep, thanks for having me. I'm just gonna say my part. It's basically so I don't know if I call myself a Christian anymore, but it's like I've been raised a Christian, right? And then at some point, I started thinking, okay, but what do I actually know? You know, like it's just like. People are telling me this, people are telling me that, I'm reading this and that, there's no real proof. So, like, right now, I'm in a state where I think the best decision for anyone who doesn't believe or who doesn't know or is, like, unsure, even believes, is, like, at the very least, like, the common ground between everyone that believes and doesn't believe should be, like, consistency and honesty at the very least. Like if you can't say that if you don't know what made God or whatever, then just say that and just like meet yourself where you're at, you know.
I think that's entirely reasonable.
Ditto.
Yeah.
Intellectual honesty is something that's deeply missing on that side of the fence, and
it's
yes.
tough. It's tough. So like. What that really like led me to believe is like, so what do you do like in that state? Like what exactly is your purpose? And I don't mean like purpose as in like grand purpose, why am I here, blah blah blah. I mean like, so you are in a state where you can't actually prove God exists, but you can't prove he doesn't exist. And like I just want to know, does anyone here actually believe God doesn't exist and like is like 100% sure of it? Like really think about that.
So you're kind of straddling two different areas here. One is seems like certainty, knowing. The other one would be certainly in belief. So first of all, a theist believes that at least one deity is real. An atheist does not believe that. Now, there are some atheists who take an anti-theistic standpoint that there are no deities at all, and that's another position that can be taken. As a consequence of that, they are included in the atheism demographic anyway, because if they hold the position there are no deities, then it logically follows that they don't believe in any deities, so therefore they are also atheists. So it's quite a large demographic in that respect. And the other portion of this is that atheism doesn't reciprocate to that though, so it doesn't mean that you're an atheist you automatically hold that position, and then that's a bit of a confounding point for some people. Now the other part of it is when you're certain that you know that you have actual evidence or proof or something of this deity, then that would make you Gnostic. Or if you're kind of holding a position that you know something about this deity existing or not existing, that would put you in kind of a Gnostic, GNOSTIC category classification. If you don't know, then agnostic fits that perfectly. They're not exactly perfect mirror images of each other, these classifications. They work a little differently because you don't really have anti-Gnostic, even though that word did come up a little bit at Huxley's time, but it wasn't really used at all, as far as I know. Maybe a few people made references to it, but it wasn't significant enough. So it doesn't really kind of get any kind of recognition there. I hope this helps clear things up a little bit for you.
Mm-hmm.
I myself am like, when you do, I think you can actually break it down to like the individual God claims. Like, did this particular God exist? Let's examine that particular one. We can determine if it does or does not exist, and so on and so forth. And so,
that would be making it contextually. Yes,
right,
absolutely.
And so like deism, just like standard deism, garden variety deism, sufficiently powerful entity, kicked the football in the universe, left no evidence of its existence. Sure, that's unfalsifiable. Can't knock that out. I'm agnostic to it. I'm also atheist to it because I don't accept supernatural explanations for things, but I'm agnostic to that and an atheist.
Me too, on both those counts.
When it comes to the Christian God, like the Christian triune God, I'm Gnostic atheist to that. That thing cannot exist because it's defined in a logically contradictory way. So it really depends upon the God itself.
So what are the contradictions of the Christian God?
So the attributes given to the Christian God. Okay, so you look at the attributes and where you get the attributes. The attributes of the Christian God, typically you want to do the what are understood to be the omni attributes. Where I'm saying omni, I'm just talking all-knowing, all-powerful, all-loving, so on and so forth. These are derived from the Bible. Supposedly the Bible is the breathed word of God, it's inspired word of God. It's ostensibly God speaking to human beings through the Bible, describing itself. Okay, so this is God describing itself.
Yep.
The problem with these attributes is that the attributes themselves are logically contradictory with themselves and with the reality that we observe. So you can go both sides of it. You can say that there are logical contradictions between, say, omniscience and omnipotence. Can an omniscient, omnipotent entity change its mind? Then you got things like the Averroes' paradox of the stone. You've got the problem of evil, so on and so forth. So those are problems within the attributes themselves that create logical contradictions. Logical contradictions cannot exist, like a one-ended stick or a married bachelor, because if you violate the laws of logic, you get into incoherency, and these things don't exist. So that God does not exist. That particular God with those attributes does not exist. Then you can go into the reality that we observe. Things like, the attribute of omniscience violates the uncertainty relations of quantum mechanics, which implies a direct violation of the second law of thermodynamics, which results in a universe that is far different than the one that we observe. We don't observe that. The second law of thermodynamics holds true, so do the uncertainty relations in quantum mechanics. Therefore, a being with omniscience does not exist. That attribute does not exist. And you can knock these down one at a time, so on and so forth. So, yes, the defined Christian triune God, that thing cannot exist because it is logically contradictory.
Okay, so one thing I have to say about that idea you brought up, the omniscient can't really change his mind, or like omnipotent, because like he knows everything, right? So it's not like yeah. So, but that's the thing. Like in the Bible, it's like it mentions that God like has a nature of his own. So I don't really know. It's like maybe our perception of like knowing everything, or power, or just like something so ultimate, like on the top, we can't really understand it, because like how do we know like what applies and when? How do we know if there are rules or not? Or like maybe like this is the way he wants it to be, and like you can't say always like there are logical contradictions, because like based on like how the physical world is, because like you'd have to be outside of the physical world in order to make a physical world.
I can point one out for you if you want.
All right.
According to the Bible, God is unchanging. So how come we have a new covenant when Christ died on the cross?
Well, I mean, that's not another God. That's the same God.
But but the Bible specifically
changing everything.
Yeah, the Bible specifically states that God is immutable. Okay, and then turns around, and then there's a new covenant. Why not the new covenant originally? If God knew infallibly that there was going to be a new covenant when it started this whole thing off, and it knew everything infallibly from the start that this is what it was going to do, why not just initiate the new covenant beforehand? Why does there have to be a new covenant?
I think it starts to make sense if we are able to put ourselves in his position. But that's the thing, like we actually can't. It's like impossible for us to understand like his like side of it. And not only that, we can apply the same logic to like we can treat him like another human being and still like that argument that you just said there doesn't make sense.
This is just appeal to mystery.
Maybe I have to clarify because when I said a new covenant,
this is just appeal to mystery. Conclusions that are derived from an appeal to mystery are invalid. You cannot say them to be true. It's just unfalsifiable hypotheses, and you can't derive anything from them. It's just stopgap.
I can clear it up. I can clear it up. So what I meant is God is unchanging. So in the Old Testament, he puts down 600 plus laws, then changes his mind and only leaves us with 10. If God is unchanging, why did he change?
Well, he felt the need to tell us about that. I don't know, like what exactly his plan is. So it's like, and you can say, oh, it's God is unchanging, and why does he do this, and then does something else completely to counter that?
Yeah, but you can't be unchanging and then change things.
Wait, look, I'm not saying like he's unchanging, as in like he is unchanging, but I don't know about like the steps he takes in order to enact his plan. I'm pretty sure it's like he's following like some sort of rule, right? Otherwise, he would just snap his fingers, and like everything would just be the way he wants it to be, right? So there's a reason that he made this world like so chaotic. You know, all these things that we think, oh, this doesn't really make sense. This is unneeded in the universe. Maybe it really is, but you know, like let's say it's unneeded in the universe. You could say that, you know, God wouldn't do that. What do you know that what God would do? You know what I mean? Like he has his own like plan, his own goal. Like let's say, for example, two people are lifting a weight, right? One is using pure strength, so like they're doing a bench press and they're just using like no technique, all like it's all in the chest, right? And then the other one, he's just using technique, right? He's like using a bit of his like body to like push up the weight. It's like kind of a cheating, you know, sort of rep, right? So you could say that the one with the technique is the one that did the most reps, right? Compared to the one who did it properly, right? But they both had different goals, right? You could say, hey, why was the one? It's obviously it was better to do it with technique rather than not, because the goal is to get more reps in compared to the other person, right? But what if that's not your goal? What if you just want to build your muscle?
Are you essentially basing? That doesn't address my objection. Are you essentially basing your belief off of an 18th century poem by William Cowper that God moves in a mysterious way?
I mean, I provided my own example, so it's not really.
It's still appealing to mystery. It is still appealing to mystery. That we can't know, or we're not meant to know, or we won't ever know. Only God can know. God has his reasons. God moves in a mysterious way. This is literally a poem by William Cowper. I think it was written in the late 18th century. I think it was like 1770 something.
Okay.
It was a poem that was converted into a hymn. That's where that line comes from. It's not even biblical. Okay, it's just a poetic license regarding this supposedly mysterious nature of God. We don't know why things happen. God has his ways. God moves in mysterious ways. God has a plan. Blah 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 blah.
Exactly.
These are coping mechanisms with the observed difficulty of life.
So wait, what do you mean by coping mechanism?
So life in and of itself, is essentially a fight for survival. Okay, at its brass tacks, it's a fight for survival. It is not fair. There are essentially no rules. There's no judges. Okay, when it comes down to it, life is difficult. There is adversity. There is comfort. We experience all of these things. But all in all, it's basically a fight for survival. That is what life boils down to. So when you're looking for why things are difficult or why things are hard, or you're trying to explain why bad things happen to good people or why bad people never see justice, when you're trying to come away with these things, These things to human beings don't make sense. They do make sense if the world, if there is no agent behind it, that this is just the world, and it is up to us to make the system itself, to make the system moral, to make the system just, to try and derive a system that we can all live under in peace and harmony. But that doesn't happen because populations disagree on things. We have all these problems. Life in itself is a struggle. Okay, from top to bottom, from microorganisms all the way to us, life is a constant struggle. So when you're trying to explain why things are the way they are, and you're trying to like you go into the whole Izot problem, stuff like this, the best way to do it when you're talking about there's got to be a reason for why this bad thing happened to me. There's got to be a reason why my child was born with bone cancer. What's the reason behind that? There is no reason. Sometimes children are born with cancer. It happens. No, there has to be a reason. Why would this innocent life be affected with this? It hasn't done anything to anybody. Why would it get something so cruel? There must be some reason. God has a plan. God moves in mysterious ways. Yada, 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 like this. These are coping mechanisms to deal with the difficulties of life.
Okay, so that's a good point. It is used as a coping mechanism, but then again, that depends on your goal. Right, like what exactly are you using that idea for? I get how some people could use that as a coping mechanism because they just it's like easier to I guess have less responsibility over things or put everything on ourselves and on our actions. So it's that's how the world is, or that God works in mysterious ways. That's not what I'm trying to say. That's not the reason I'm trying to say that. I'm just saying this. God has this is one of God's mysteries simply because of the fact that I think that as human beings, assuming that God exists, right? As human beings, we should at the very least know our place. We've committed we've done a lot of great things, right? We can see way far into space, developed all this technology from just dirt, we've done all that. But the thing is, we have to still come to the conclusion and remember, keep ourselves in check. There are things that we don't know to the point where we can never understand it, and we have to accept that. If anything, that's not a coping mechanism.
No.
If there are conditions.
No, imagine that is intellectually dishonest. We can assume we can assert that there are things that we don't know, but to assume that we will never know them and we are never capable of understanding them, that is intellectual laziness.
Well, I mean, we could try.
Exactly.
Okay,
that's the point, is to keep trying, is to keep asking questions, is to keep searching for that answer, to keep going. But to assume that we'll never get there and we need to appeal to some mysterious force beyond that in order to make things make sense, or to apply an answer where we don't currently have an answer, that is intellectually dishonest.
Oh, by the way,
you cannot move in that direction because it will lead you to conclusions that are unfounded, unreliable, and irrational.
Look, I feel like that's the case. That's true with your examples, right? These examples that involved things inside the world. But if you're trying to understand, to understand the mind of God, again, assuming He exists, right? Understanding the mind of God. If that means if you're assuming God exists, that means you're basically saying it's at some point I forgot where I read it. I remember just basic. I'm paraphrasing. We can never understand the mind of God or why He does things. I mean, it makes sense. Come on, it's like an ocean and you're trying to put it in a bucket. There's it makes sense. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's overly unreasonable to at least say that much. But there are things we should take responsibility for. There are things we shouldn't shy away from. And we do have the power to understand because it's within our reach, right? So I wanted to go to my next point. So because we all have this sort of believe, whether you're a believer or non-believer, I think we all have this shared responsibility. Okay, so I think if God exists, He understands what position we're in. We have a lot of reason not to believe in that He exists, right? So why did He put us in this world where it's so it's so like damn confusing, right?
That's
like there's people saying
that
this,
is a big question in philosophy. But I mean, particularly philosophy of religion. But you're saying that we all have a shared responsibility. What is the warrant for that?
Wait, just I'm getting to my point.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm saying what shared responsibility we have is first, it's understanding that we don't know, right? That we don't know. Not that we can't know. Like there are some things we can't know, but it's fine. I guess it's like that's mostly information about God that's irrelevant to us anyway. It's just what we need to know, which is like, does He exist, right? So under that, let me, like, we have this responsibility of like trying to find out if God is real, right? Because He's actually the thing where, like, if He is real, then that's really important, right? And we have to do everything within our power. That maybe there's like the intellectuals, they're the ones, or like the atheists. I actually like listening to the atheists, right? Because I just, if anything, it just like it calls out the Christians that are like so like dishonest and like just given to that like fake belief where it didn't really matter if they were Christian, because if they were born into like another religion and they applied the same knowledge, applied the same way of believing, then essentially it has no real value, right? Assuming God exists, He wouldn't take that as real, like belief. I think belief is like, so we don't understand anything, and we should act accordingly.
So you're saying you've listed some responsibilities, and while I do like some of them do appeal to me, such as the responsibility to myself to be intellectually curious and explore things and all these kinds of things. I'm paraphrasing. I'm not exactly phrasing what you're saying, but I think that's kind of what you meant. There's like the one for trying to find this God thing. I don't feel like that's a responsibility of mine. All of these responsibilities, nevertheless, these are arbitrary. These are subjective. These are things that we decide to do with our lives. If there is a responsibility that applies to everybody, that everybody should do, like, as you said, trying to find this God, then, I still want to know, what is the warrant for that? What is the justification, the objective justification for that everybody must adhere to?
I feel like the word I should have used was burden, right? Like it's a burden we all share. So it's
okay,
like,
so change responsibility to burden. My question is still the same.
Sorry, repeat your question.
What is the warrant for this burden?
Well, it's not really that we have to do it, but it's like if we want. He says that if we find Him, right, and we find and love God and follow Him, then obviously we go to heaven. And if we don't, we go to hell, right? And a lot of people might say, hey, I don't like that idea of like hell, because it's essentially an idea to keep people in check, to like make them believe, right? But
it's fear based, and it's contradictory
exactly.
it's fear based, and it's contradictory to omnibenevolence, because an omnibenevolent being and an all loving being, when there is an opposing deal, if it's all powerful, it would come up with another way to punish a finite crime with something other than an infinite torment. So infinite punishment for finite crimes makes no sense and does not comport with that being an omnibenevolent being.
And make no mistake, heaven is also an eternal prison. So it is also a punishment, because when I've asked Christians about this, saying, okay, if a family member of mine, a loved one, goes to heaven and I'm in hell, because I'd expect that that's where I'd go if it's real, is to hell, and hopefully be in good company and all that. But would they be able to come and visit me in hell as a mode of comfort for themselves? And what I'm always told is no, the people in heaven don't get to go to hell because it's such a horrible place. And so they have to be stuck there in heaven, is what it boils down to. And so if you can never leave, and suicide is not an option either, because that's not permitted in heaven. I've asked about it. This sounds like eternal torture either way, heaven or hell.
Yeah, to be honest, I actually don't even know like what God is thinking in terms of hell, but it's like, then again, I don't really understand all his other like. All these other ideas, you know what I mean? So what I'm saying is,
in speaking of Bernstein, so in the case of being imprisoned eternally in either of those places, you're stuck there. That compared to eternity, let's say we just take a look at 100 octillion years, huge number. Compared to a lifespan of a person on Earth, approximately 100 years. Say they lived a good life, a good, long, healthy life. Maybe 120, whatever, it doesn't matter. Compared to 100 octillion, you put that on a graph, we don't even see a dot showing up for our life. Why is it that our life, the way we behave, why is it so important for us to adhere to the whims of this deity, and then this deity, in exchange for us complying or not complying, is then burdened with maintaining this heaven or hell for the rest of eternity? How is that justified? How is that reasonable to this God? Like, this whole arrangement seems very strange and very out of place to me, and things really are way out of whack, not balanced here. It doesn't add up for me. How is that?
You can go from that side, or you can go to the very beginning. If God existed and God created humans, then God made them to be manipulated by the serpent in the garden.
Sure, but
so I mean it's either sides of the spectrum. So
including the lifespan of the entire human species, let's say it's over 300,000 years. Even though it's probably not, but it's in there somewhere. We've been more than 10,000 years on this earth. We know that. What if even that doesn't even show up as a blip or even a dot on the scale of 100 octillion years? Eternity is much, much longer than that, no doubt. But again, how is this justified? This is what I have trouble reconciling.
That's a really good question, and I don't have an answer for that.
Especially when you take cosmic inflation, and when you take the inflation theory, when you take inflation theory into account, where the observable universe is only a small fraction of what actually exists, of what the actual size of the universe is, where inflation theory posits that the actual universe is some 156 trillion times larger than the observable universe.
So and I just wanted to say to our guest, I have total respect for your response to me. Thank you.
All right.
So, and essentially, you're talking about something that conveys that literally lords power over all of this, and the length of the universe, and the mathematical extrapolation to the point of the heat death of the universe. Whereas all that's visible to the universe is essentially a light bulb on the planet of Pluto, and that's all we can see of the universe is that light bulb. But the universe is actually the size of is literally the size of Pluto, if you're talking about mathematical comparisons. So, and this being that lords over all of this and willed it all into creation, and it'll take so long to get to the heat death of the universe, and our species will be long extinct before the time we get there. And by the time, and even if our predecessors, or even if our descendants exist like that, they will look nothing like us, and will not be even. They wouldn't even look human, given evolutionary pressures and space travel and what we know about the universe. So. No, it doesn't make sense.
I like the biblically accurate angels that look like horrific space aliens, like the Thargoids in Elite Dangerous, where they're just like a bunch of wings and eyeballs.
Fucking Lovecraftian entities, man.
Yeah, I mean, if you listen to like the Raelians or other like UFO cults that believe that the angels in the Bible are all just like actually like space aliens,
the Falun Gong do that too. Yeah.
Yeah, it fits the story way better. The like ancient aliens, like Gaia channel woo-woo stuff is a much better fit for the biblical narrative than the biblical narrative is.
I like Jesus was a time traveler.
Yeah.
And I just have something to say about just quickly. It's about like the idea. I didn't get to finish. It was about like hell being used as a way to keep people in check, to make them believe. I don't think that was that's the main function, or at least at least I don't think that's the right way to be using it. I think it's for us who don't know or don't have proof of God to use that as a sort of like motivation to find out if there really is one or not. You get what I mean? So it's like there are stake. Now we have stake of like because like without hell we'd be like I guess it really doesn't matter like about making a relationship with some god which I don't even know exists. But once there's a hell involved, all of a sudden I feel like if people take that like that stance of okay, let's assume God exists, then people are going to be more careful and really like make sure that they're, by the time that they're that we die, that we are making the right choice. So like if we don't do anything about that, it's like, well, that's our choice to take. You know what I mean? Which is
sure.
Like,
again, I think that's kind of fear-based. What I really liked about you when you first talked and joined us here is you're asking a question: what do I really know? That is such an important question. And I think that what's important is to keep that in mind when you're asking questions and trying to seek whether or not there is some kind of afterlife. To kind of keep that in mind, like, is the question you're asking predicated on an assumption that you're making? If so, why not question that assumption instead? Start there.
Are you saying I'm making an assumption?
I don't know if you are. Yeah, you said we're needing to find out whether hell is real or not. Now hell is a concept that's dependent on this God. So that seems to assume that there's that God there. It's missing a step in a way.
Yeah, maybe it's different. Maybe I'm just saying this because I was raised Christian, so it's like my reason for like if I'm wrong, then my mind my mind is like leaning towards if God exists. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So like,
yeah.
So I think that doesn't matter what religion you're from, right? So like, let's say I'm from like I'm a Muslim, right? And I believe in Allah. So let's just say I think the best thing that anyone can do who doesn't know is to make sure they know the most about the religion first before they make any conclusions.
Sure, it's good to be informed, but I mean, like, if you're trying to seek whether some place like hell or heaven exists, it's a little bit putting the cart before the horse, because you're skipping over the idea of God existing. Because if you can resolve that God exists or not, and let's say you figure out that there isn't a God, well, then obviously there's no point in even questioning whether there's a heaven or hell, because it's all dependent on that God. Now, if you can confirm that this God is real, then the next step is, go ahead and proceed to determine if things about that God are correct, like the heaven or hell existing. Do you know?
That's the thing. Yeah, that makes sense. But it's like, come on, let's be honest. Like, before I find proof about real proof, but like, I'm just saying, before we find real proof that God exists, I think I'm probably gonna like maybe I'm not even gonna make it that far. You know, like that's a possibility.
Okay.
So it's like all I'm saying is there are two choices: assuming God exists and not assuming that He doesn't exist. I think we should choose whatever it is for you. Like maybe for me it's God. For me, I feel like if there is one being, I'll make it more general instead of just like Christian God or whatever. Let's just say there's this being, and let's say one of us is right. One of the religions are right. So let's say I think that being will bring you into his heaven or whatever it is, whatever the beliefs are, according to, if you're like being completely honest, if you're like not like dismissing arguments or like not believing things because you don't want to, just stuff like that, you know what I mean? Like, as long as you don't get stuff that you can control, that you are responsible for, like, in the way of things, then I think how you conduct yourself in the world, as long as it's under the purpose of like reaching like the good, or like whatever that is, like you can believe whatever that is based on your own experience, as long as you're not making any sort of like, I guess as long as you're not hurting anyone.
I know that there's a guy waiting in the chat who's Wanker, who he says he's going to destroy our worldview completely.
It's been
I
going
want to
for-
talk to him. But I want to ask a question of him just real quick. It's a pretty simple one. I'm an atheist. I come to my conclusions honestly, and with intellectual honesty. I always engage with the evidence that's presented. I critically examine it as best I can. If at the end of my life I die an atheist, and I know, and God knows, that I came to my conclusions with intellectual honesty, I did the work, I broke it all down to the best of my ability, and everything I encountered, and I went searching, and everything I found, I broke it all down, and I came to the conclusion, honestly, that there was no God. Then I die, and I'm in front of God. Do I deserve to go to hell?
I don't, like I said, I don't know. I'm not like trying to avoid anything. I just don't know. But I do have a response to that though. So, you say you do everything that you can, right?
Yes, I think everything in my physical capability. I go places, I search places, I talk to people, I examine evidence, I educate myself, I do all the work, and I reasonably conclude to the best of my ability with all of my education and all of my evaluation and all of my critical thinking, and I intellectually, honestly come to the conclusion that God does not exist.
Okay.
And I did it honestly, and I didn't beg the question. It wasn't fallacious. It wasn't anything like that. I came to that conclusion. And then I die, and I'm before God. Do I deserve to go to hell?
All right. So I just have something to say about that part. Two things. One is, if you try to the best of your ability, then what that means is you constantly don't believe that you've tried your best. You're constantly searching. You're just constantly like, okay, I know this, but like, I feel like to anything. And the second thing, I feel like to any scientific discovery, I think then there's always a next step. Yeah, and a lot of people might disagree, but I think it's philosophy. Philosophy, I think that's the next step after science, because in the end, we're still human beings, right? We like to say we're logical, because we made science and all that, right? But we still have to take into account how we believe things. So in the end, when we find out the science, right? After that, we have to focus on the philosophy, on the different perspectives, on the different ways that we believe it.
You're getting lost in the weeds. It doesn't address my question. I'm saying I've already covered all those bases, everything in the realm of my human capability. I can't obviously do everything. I'm human. So I do everything that I possibly humanly can in my very tiny breadth of human existence. I travel to where I can travel. I learn from who I can learn from. I cover every single base, and I come to the intellectually honest, critical evaluation that this thing does not exist. I do it honestly. I come to it with no fallacious reasoning, and I used all of the best parts of our reasoning to come to this conclusion. With no begging the question, no logical fallacies, nothing. And this is what I've come to. And then I die, and I'm before God. Do I deserve to go to hell?
Okay.
The question is, do I deserve to go to hell if God knows I used everything he gave me to come to the conclusion I did, and I did it honestly?
I honestly don't know.
The answer should be no. No, the answer should be no if God is a loving God. If I come to this conclusion honestly and God sends me to hell, fuck that God.
No, just
JL, I've got the opposite question of what you just asked. So let me ask you this: Imagine.
Hang on.
Just one question.
This can go on, and we do have other people waiting in the queue, and we are starting to run out of time.
Just one question. It's just one question.
Quickly, like a conclusion before I leave.
Because you mentioned hell. Let's say I'm the opposite of JL. I only heard someone say, if you don't believe in a God, you go to hell. So I start believing in a God. I'm not going to do my due diligence. I'm not going to find or seek God whatsoever. I'm just going to accept that he exists, believe him, accept Jesus as my savior, whatever it takes, according to the religious people that keeps me out of hell. If I die, do I deserve to go to heaven, having been dishonest?
Maybe so. I don't know. Like, I honestly, it's just, if you were to ask someone who was actually informed, they might have a different answer. So, like, if you're like looking to me for like some sort of like change in like perspective on that sort of thing, I don't know. Like, maybe it's like we can't know, or maybe there's someone who actually is like done enough work and is just like, I'm just being an idiot. And it's like, I don't know. You know what I mean?
No, you're not being an idiot.
The reason for the question isn't to find out whether or not you can give the answer. The reason is
Peter,
to make you think.
He just gave the answer, so your answer is good. I don't know is a reasonable answer.
I accept that. I only explained why I asked the question, not to have him come up with a definitive answer, but to make him think about the question that JL asked and the one that I asked.
Yeah, that's fine. That was quite good. So, Imagine. Thank you very much. If you had one last thing you wanted to say before we move on to our next guest, please feel free, and then we'll move on. And I think what's really good is that you're thinking about these things and questioning things. So please keep doing that.
Yeah, of course. And the last thing I wanted to say was to JL Warren, when you said that you did everything that you possibly could. Now, I don't say this with disrespect, right? It's just like, I'm just saying this with the assumption, again, I'm using my own belief, with the assumption that God exists. So, at the very least, like, I'm not trying to disrespect you, but like, maybe maybe there was something that you missed. I don't know. I'm just saying maybe. Like, I guess that's all I can say. So it's like,
okay,
yeah, no disrespect.
Thank you very much. And yeah, that's always a possibility with everything, I think. Hope you have a wonderful day, and thank you for your time. I'll just tell you, I'm not convinced, but that's not surprising because you're mostly coming here with questions rather than anything else.
That was my goal. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
We're going to bring on our next in the queue is Crisis, the Chronicle.
Wanted Wanker. Wanker thinks he could destroy it completely.
Please understand that we have a queue and we have to kind of keep things in line. So, Crisis Chronicle, here we are, looking forward to people convincing us that a god or a goddess exists. Welcome.
Good evening. Welcome. Thank you. My name is Crisis. I'm actually coming from the debate community. One of the owners was like, yo, they're holding a theism debate in politics, and I was like, that's interesting. All right, so before we begin, I'd like to ask you guys a few questions. Is that all right?
Yeah, let's try to keep it quick. Yes,
it relates. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
All right. So the goal of the stage is to prove the existence of a god, correct?
To
persuade somebody.
To convince any of us that
any of you that a god is okay.
Yeah.
So, what do you define? Like, how would you define a god?
That's up to you because you're here to demonstrate.
That's up to you. You're the one proposing a god.
Okay. So
I will offer one thing that when I look up in Google, I see it as a superhuman being or spirit worshipped as having power over nature or human fortune, a deity.
Okay. Would you describe a god as being infinite?
I don't know.
Would you agree that a
god, which is why I'm asking you to define your god, so we can examine that particular god.
Asking atheists how they define God.
It's probably better if you skip the questions and just make some kind of claim.
Yeah. What I'm going to remind you here is that the topic is to convince us that a god or goddess exists. So this will be something that you'll be providing to us. Now, there's going to be an expectation that there's some agency to this deity, because if you just go ahead and say this chair is a god or a goddess, that's not going to get us anywhere.
Right. I understand that. What I'm more of getting at here is the idea that to prove or to convince you that a god exists, you would have to have parameters for that god, right? So most people would define God as an immoral being without time, like an atemporal being, and an acausal being, like one that's illogical. A lot of people would assume that God would fall under those parameters.
Is that what you're presenting to us today?
I would believe so. I
Okay,
would. I am arguing for a God that is acausal, atemporal, and infinite.
Okay, so I will tell you right now that we're done, because if it is atemporal, then it is not a part of time, and so it is not something we can observe or poke a stick at or communicate with or anything, because it's outside of time. That's it. We're done.
So you're stating that because of the fact that you can't touch God, that God exists, or that
No,
God doesn't
I'm
exist.
stating because the characteristic that you gave it being atemporal, meaning not part of time, meaning if it's not
being
all time, then it doesn't exist. That's what you're bringing to us.
Essentially, crisis. Essentially, the attributes of the God that you're proposing are problematic in that you're stating that it exists. There are logical entailments to those attributes, and those logical entailments are contradictory. So, for example, you're saying that it exists, and existence implies a temporal state, as in a thing exists for a certain amount of time, or it exists for all time, or it exists for, whatever. But when you say that it's atemporal, you're saying outside of time. So you can't use a temporal indicator to imply a non-temporal state. Is the problem. So when you say how can a thing exist for no time?
Once again, I'll get to that, right? I'm gonna get there. So let's start with something simple, and we'll work our way to it. So, for example, do you guys agree with the law of conservation of energy?
Yes.
Okay, good. So the law of
hell can't exist.
Yeah, right. One of the that's good. What I'm not here to prove heaven or hell, though, so
I'm just saying,
that's
good, right? The energy problem is a thing. So
yeah. So for
actually, before we proceed, I think we need to get some to reconcile the atemporal characteristic.
Right, and to do that, I'm getting there through the energy and all that. You'll see. I promise that I'm not just going to get to the end of my argument and then you're going to be like, well, what does this have to do with it being atemporal?
Oh, I'm not worried about that. You sound like you're not going there. Yeah.
Right.
Let me bring up one thing before you spend a lot of.
Let him go ahead and finish this deal
before he spends a lot of time.
Right.
If a God is atemporal, he can't act, because an action is something that is done over time.
It is an extension of it, yeah.
And you would be correct. The issue is that I'm not arguing for a God that acts.
Okay, so go for the go to the direction you were going, Crisis. Break it down for us.
Right. So due to the law of energy, are we also aware of the fact that breaking down any matter yields energy? Like when you break down the smallest point of matter, let's say carbon, for example, when you break a carbon atom, it releases energy, thus kind of showing that energy or that matter is a consecrated, condensed form of energy.
Yeah, essentially.
Are we aware of that?
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Okay, so then due to that, we would state that all matter is comprised of energy, and because of that, we would state that all matter in the universe is comprised of energy. Are we also in agreement that the universe is continuously expanding?
Yes, as far as we can tell, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. And do we agree with the definition of infinite being, or infinitely being, something that is continuous without stopping?
Really depends on how you're using infinite in this spec. I feel like you're trying to kind of bridge the gap between infinite and eternal.
Not necessarily. I wouldn't argue with.
If we're talking infinite in in the mathematical sense, then it really depends upon what kind of infinite you're talking about, and if this is in what series this is. Like if it's a divergent series or a convergent series, really depends. But if you're talking about just essentially numbers, and there's a divergent series of infinite, then sure, I guess you can always plus one. I would agree with that.
Right. So that's essentially what I'm saying. I'm saying infinite as it relates to the fact that it is continuously increasing in size as it relates to the universe. So you agree with that, Warren?
I agree that we are heading towards. Essentially everything is heading towards thermal equilibrium. Essentially everything is heading towards zero. Yes.
Okay. So as it would relate, then we have a quote unquote infinitely expanding universe, whereas all mass and matter in the universe is comprised of energy, thus stating that since the universe is infinitely expanding, we would thus have a quote unquote infinitely expanding space. An infinitely expanding space that has it's unknown, but it could be presupposed or like we could guess or like hypothesize that there would also be matter to eventually fill that, or energy. I'll just come together and say it as matter due to the fact that a lot of people they're the same thing.
Eventually, as the universe expands, it will eventually get to a point. The mathematical projection is that eventually the universe will get to a point where matter will no longer be able to be formed. And so, and then there will be no transfer of energy in between particles because they'll be so far apart. And eventually, everything will basically break down and be swallowed up by the final black hole, to then eventually, evaporate into Hawking radiation, and then there will be nothing. And then you can essentially say that that essentially there will be no matter within the void that we call space. And is it essentially still expanding? We don't know because there's no more energy transference. So it's thermal equilibrium. Everything reaches zero. So that's where it's heading.
Right. So due to that infinitely expanding space, and as it relates to the universe, you would also state that because of the fact that the energy transfer is also continuous, you could also state that until we get to a point where everything kind of falls into zero, right? Because of how that okay, let me say this a little bit better because I kind of started off kind of wonky.
You're talking about heat death?
We're presupposing heat death essentially. Warren would be presupposing heat death.
Are you familiar with cyclic cosmologies?
I am not.
Okay, so yeah, one of the possible answers to a heat death scenario would be conformal cyclic cosmology, which Penrose proposed, and it's the idea that basically at the point where everything gets really spread out, it actually triggers a Big Bang. And it's very strange. I'm not a cosmologist, but suffice to say, saying entropy and heat death is not the defeater for atheism or proof that God did it.
Right. So if we're presupposing heat death, that's one thing. If we're presupposing that it would trigger another Big Bang, essentially what would happen would be that it would essentially then be infinite if it continuously creates itself. We wouldn't have to presuppose it. At that point, it would be truly infinite. And if we're going to argue for an infinite amount of energy due to that, we would also have to state that due to the fact that energy cannot be created, since we've agreed to the law of conservation of energy and the fact that energy cannot be destroyed, we would have to assume that due to the kind of infinite nature of the energy itself, that it would have to have been transferred. Now, where does it transfer from? We would then have to we would have to ask that question, and the answer to that question would have been an infinite amount of energy would need to be transferred, and the only thing that could have an infinite amount of energy to transfer would have been an entity composed of infinite energy. Now, there are two different ways that this argument goes. Now, you could state that the infinite amount of energy is itself God, due to the fact that it was it's atemporal to the fact that it never was created and never did get destroyed. You could also state that there's a God outside of the temporal and causal space that transferred the energy into whatever we would consider to be the original universe.
Well, there's no logical contradiction in infinite regress, and it seems like the God is being inserted or is being assumed in order to avoid the infinite regress, which you don't need to avoid, because there's no contradiction in infinite regress. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 are numbers within an infinite regress, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 are still numbers, and you still arrive to them. We could just be at the 7, and the previous one was the 6, and the previous one so on and so forth. So,
for that argument, you would have to state that, like, for example, you started at 1, but we would know if you're truly going to count something, you would have to start from 0. You cannot start with 1 being there.
No, that's not the way numbers work. You can
So you
go
would start
infinite.
at
You can
1.
go infinite in either direction.
Okay, but even if you're going infinite in a positive direction, you would not start with 1 being already there. You don't, for example, say there's a homeless man, right? He doesn't start with a quarter. Like, if they're truly possessing no money, they would start with 0.
No. All I'm stating is, I'm not stating that this is the case. I'm stating that there's no logical contradiction in infinite regress. It's not a logically contradictory state. It very well could be turtles all the way down. There's no logical contradiction in that statement, and it doesn't get you to a god. And even if it's not even if it's not an infinite regress, that still doesn't get you to a god. Is the whole point that you're still dropping God in as the first cause, a la Aquinas. You're still dropping God in as the first thing or the first mover, and there's no justification for that. It's saying things move, so there must be a mover. So what is the mover? Well, you can just say the previous thing moved it, and then causality, and there's what began the chain of movement. That's not necessarily how physics works. So,
but once again, that's where I'm going. That's where I was going with it when I said that there are 2 possible answers to that people will most likely arrive at. The first one being that you would state that due to the parameters we've set, the energy being infinite, as well as atemporal being that it was already there because it cannot be created or destroyed, and it would be acausal since nothing introduced the energy. It's essentially something without cause. You would state that due to those parameters, the first agreeance to between the two would therefore make energy itself God.
No, not necessarily, because you could essentially have a state in which energy accumulates up to a point where it's sufficient for something to trigger. Where something like, but we're speculating about things beyond what we can observe, beyond what we can measure. So
right. So are you saying
before the Big Bang, and then of course say there was some event that we've never observed and we can only speculate on that occurred, but it's a totally natural process and which began our observable universe.
Okay, so
our observable universe is just a consequence of natural process with no agency behind it. There's no infinite regress. There's no infinite regress. Our universe began from a non-universal state, which would essentially be just a natural process outside of what we currently know. It doesn't take any agency. It happens naturally, and it could be happening in other ways that we don't understand.
Okay, so Warren, once again, you're thinking about this in a way that doesn't contradict what I'm saying. You're saying that due to the fact that the energy could have accumulated up to a point. Well, see, here's the thing. At that point, we've already agreed on the fact that the energy would have been infinite. So, are you saying that energy would accumulate up to the infinite?
We're not 100%. We're not 100% in agreement of that. There's the jury's still out on whether we're in an infinite universe with infinite energy, a finite universe with finite energy, or vice versa. The jury's still kind of out on that.
Well, see, Warren, the issue with that would have been the fact that when I stated earlier, after you had made the argument for the recurring universes, I there stated that there wouldn't be any debate at that point. There wouldn't be any presupposition that the energy is infinite. You could have refuted my argument there. Why didn't you?
No, okay, because now you're talking about the different types of infinite, which is what I brought up previously. So when you're talking about infinite, you can have a 1 to 100 set that never decreases and never increases. And that could remain forever, and that is infinite. But it's infinite in existence, not infinite in its amount. Okay?
Even though it would still be
infinite. There's different types of infinites. You could have the same 1 to 100 over and over and over again. It never goes beyond 100, so therefore the chain is not infinite, but the existence of the chain in and of itself is infinite.
Right, but that once again, that still doesn't contradict what I've said. Once again, at the beginning of this,
get you to a god.
At the very beginning of this, I stated that like most people would define a god as an infinite being without that is atemporal and acausal. What you're saying doesn't contradict those parameters. I'm not arguing for a god that creates. I'm not arguing for a god that governs religion. I'm simply arguing for a god within a set amount of parameters, none of which you've come to contradict.
No, but it's still an unfalsifiable hypothesis.
So you agree to the fact that you haven't contradicted the God within my parameters.
I can't. It's an unfalsifiable hypothesis.
Well, then there you go. You have just
No,
agreed to the
no.
fact
If
that you
it's
cannot repeat that
if it's
God.
unfalsifiable, I reject it. I
Well, if
rejected
you-
I rejected whole cloth because it's unfalsifiable.
So you reject anything that's unfalsifiable.
Yes, it's an unfalsifiable hypothesis. I cannot derive a conclusion from it because it's unfalsifiable. Therefore, I can reject it until you can come to one.
So
that
you
which can
can't
be asserted,
find.
that which can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
But I've given you the evidence.
You haven't. You've given me a hypothetical situation that you cannot demonstrate or create a
What
predictive model.
What particular hypothetical situation?
That there is some sort of agency outside of this universe.
I have not given you an agency that's outside of this.
You've assumed you've hypothesized that there is.
Yeah,
no, I'm pretty sure.
You said that it exists outside the universe. It is atemporal and acausal. You're assuming something is there, though.
You've been recording this
conversation.
Unfalsifiable
hypothesis.
You've been recording this conversation.
I'm not.
Is that correct? I'm sure somebody said they had an OBS recording. Is that correct?
This is going live right now on my YouTube channel.
So then, if you were to go to the timestamp at the beginning, you would know that I never once stated that the entity would be outside the universe. And even within my argument, I stated that the entity within the universe.
Crisis. It's implied. If it's atemporal, it's outside the universe.
Yeah,
that's not true.
Exactly.
Can you prove that? Could you prove that something outside, like that is atemporal, wouldn't necessarily be outside of the universe?
Dude, the universe is space-time. Space and time are interconnected. You can't have one without the other. If it is outside of the universe, it is outside of space-time. It is outside of time. If you're saying that something is atemporal, it is not a part of the universe. This is basic physics, man.
I don't agree with that.
Well, then you disagree with physics. So I'm sorry.
No,
I don't know what to tell you.
I disagree with the idea of being
pretty clear.
Makes you outside of the universe. Like if we were to define atemporal, it would simply be without relation to time.
You can't be.
For example, I would be
outside of time. You can't be outside of time in time.
See, here's the issue with that. The direct definition for Oxford's atemporal would be existing or considered without relation to time. For example, if I were to take a single,
which is impossible if you're in time. Which is impossible if you're in time, as in the universe.
Yeah,
Because
the whole concept of being outside the universe, is space-time. That's literally what the universe is. There is no outside the universe. That's the point. You're assuming that there is an outside the universe for anything to exist.
Well,
and that's the unfalsifiable hypothesis, because anything that exists, I can just include it in the universe, because the definition of universe is everything. That's the whole point. Is that if you say that there's a thing, that thing is within the universe, because the universe is composed of all things. But if you're saying that something is outside the universe, then that's unfalsifiable. No matter what attributes you give to it, it doesn't matter. It's outside the universe. It's unfalsifiable. I rejected whole cloth.
Once again, when I'm saying atemporal, when we take the textbook definition of atemporal, you also have to, like, for example, you can't say that due to the fact that I'm unrelated to a family's home, right? That doesn't mean I cannot be inside of a family's home. So you cannot say that just because something is without relation to time, that it cannot be within time. That's just incorrect.
I got to clear this up. I'm going to clear this up. The atemporal is basically the opposite of omnichronological. So this is how we're understanding it. So when you come to us and say that there's meaning absence or without temporality, without time, then that means that it is not accessible to us, because we're all dependent on space-time. That's just how it is, and that's why I objected to your. That's why I responded the way I did when we first started off, and you listed those characteristics.
Right, but once again, that still doesn't you're still not contradicting my definition of atemporal here. Once again, you can relate. You can be without relation to something and still be within it.
I don't have to contradict.
But that's just.
I only have to give reason for not accepting it as a reason to be convinced that this entity exists.
So you're saying that due to the fact that you perceive a word as different, you can't agree to to the definition of its word as it like stands.
Well, no, we're working with the word is what it means. Atemporal means without time, and you even said that.
Well, that's not what atemporal means. Atemporal means existing or considered without relation to time. That is the Oxford definition.
Yes,
and I
which
can
is
be
which is outside of time. Atemporal, a meaning no, temporal meaning time, no time.
Well, even with the definition of temporal,
and is a non sequitur, the existing part.
See, even the issue with that would be that temporal means of relation to time.
No, it means the absence of a relation to time.
No, I'm not saying atemporal anymore. I'm saying temporal. Like he said that the word temporal means time. That's not true. The definition of temporal is of relation to time. So it still wouldn't contradict what I'm saying here. You're changing the definition of a word in order to.
This is semantics, and it's not getting us anywhere.
Like I'm giving you the way I worded it does not, like, there's no issue with how I'm wording it. I have a set parameter that I chose at the beginning. I gave you an entity or not an entity, but I gave you a proposition of an entity that falls under that parameter. And as most people would define God, that entity, which falls under those parameters, has no issue with being a God.
Dude, presented and rejected. It's an unfalsifiable hypothesis. We can reject it on the grounds it's unfalsifiable. That which can be asserted without evidence can be rejected without evidence. Done.
Well, what did I give you without evidence?
Now, is your deity omnichronological? If it is, then it's not atemporal.
I didn't say it was omnichronological. I never once stated that.
So if it's not related to time, then how do we relate to it?
You don't have to relate to it. And once again, I'm not like earlier it was stated that, for a God to act, it would have to be within time. Once again, I'm not giving you a God outside of the parameters of what I've set. I've only given you a God within the parameters that a majority of people would agree with those parameters being a God.
Okay, and we've explained why we reject that, because in order for this God to interact with reality as we know it here in the universe, on planet Earth, this is space-time. So as J.L. Warren pointed out, space-time. He's got a relation to time because he's causing he's affecting it by making changes. So is that something that your deity can do, can interact with us?
I've not argued for a God that can interact with you, no.
Oh, okay. Well, then what's the point
of
such a deity exists?
I'm sorry, you guys talked over each other.
That's why I rejected it whole cloth, because he's described it as atemporal and acausal, meaning it is outside the universe and doesn't do anything. So it's unfalsifiable. That's all.